Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions. I'm your host, James P. Madonna. As you all know, if you frequent the show, and it happens to be, believe it or not, we are just about at the end of April 2024 already. Before you know it, we will see Mayflowers, not the ship, the Mayflower, but Mayflowers, Cinco de Mayo, followed by Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial beginning of summer. So time is moving fast, and but the chaos continues. Some chaos is a lot of fun, like the Stormy Daniels trial with Donald Trump, Sleepy Donald, that should never accuse Joe Biden of being Sleepy Joe anymore, because he's been passing out in the courtroom more than once. He's Sleepy Donald, and I think I have a feeling that there's a good chance he might be pretending that he has mental decline, because I think he's crazy like a fox. I think he's pretending to have mental decline and speak in word salad because he's trying to gain sympathy to stay out of prison. That's what I think. I don't trust any right-wing politician. They're all liars. They all lie through their teeth. And you know what? The establishment Democrats are not far behind them. They're all oligarch controlled. Let me just give greetings to Mr. Tommy Carroll. Hello, Tommy Carroll. I hope your weekend is off to a good start. Tommy Carroll says, hello, JPM. I hope you had a good week. Would you consider it an atrocity to kill a child, even an unborn one? Again, this guy bringing up the subject of abortion. This is the second time he did this. The unborn, the unborn. It's an obsession with the right wing. The unborn. Well, if it's a child with a functioning brain and a heartbeat and blood circulation going through its body, I would say that's killing a child. Yeah, not a fertilized egg or an embryo that breathes like a fish. You know, the unborn. When I used to help run a fish market, we used to get this old guy from the state of Maine. He used to tell me he moved to New Jersey because people in Maine are all maniacs. Get it? Haha. Well, that was his corny joke. Anyway, he was a Catholic like myself, but he was like, an extremist. The unborn, he used to say, the unborn, what about the unborn? Or he used to do it with the New England accent. The unborn, the unborn, the unborn, what about the unborn? Unbelievable. A fertilized human egg is no more a baby than an acorn is an oak tree. It is a potential life only. That is all I'm going to say. The unborn, the unborn. Let's see what we got here. You know what? Let me start off with a little Robert Reich. The man is brilliant. He's a retired college professor, and he worked for the Clinton administration. The unborn. That's exactly what the old right-wing Catholic did. It's our. What about the unborn? The unborn. Oh man. You know what? Republicans would know the God of the Bible if it bit them on the end of the nose. They really don't. They only cherry pick from the Old Testament whatever suits their greedy agenda, their obsession with greed, materialism. They are really a stingy, selfish lot. And they are definitely not real Christians. They're fake, phony, fraud, counterfeit Christians. That's what they are. Now I'm gonna be saying the unborn, the unborn, the unborn. I'm gonna be doing this all night now because Tommy Carroll set me off. He brought back memories of this old. Hey, Western Mike, the one and only Western Mike. Women have free will too. Just hope they don't laugh at me. Well, if they're decent human beings, they won't laugh at you. Or they shouldn't laugh at you. We don't laugh at you here at Progressive Discussions. You have a friend always in Progressive Discussions. And the only time I ever laughed is back in the day when you used to get very intoxicated and your hair would be sticking straight up in the air like Albert Einstein. You know, you didn't comb your hair. Your hair would be actually right up in the air, like you put your finger in a light socket. That's the only time I ever laughed. But it was pretty damn funny though too. Tell me Carol is gonna have JPM, would you consider yourself a cafeteria Catholic? I believe in one thing only, and that is the original English translation of the Holy Bible, which is the King James Version. The one with all the these, thys, and thous. I don't follow the rules and the laws of any organized religion or any church organized religion because it is made by man and man is inherently, naturally sinful, a sinful, despicable creature, vile creature. And I don't follow the rules of man. So, but I am born a Catholic and I just like the traditions. I love the stained glass, the beautiful stained glass windows. I love the smell of the incense as the priest is shaking that lantern back and forth with the smoke coming out, you know? And it's very peaceful. It's very serene in the Catholic Church. Not like those, you know, evangelicals. They all have to boogie in the aisle and do the moonwalk and, you know, hallelujah, praise the Lord, praise the Lord, yakety yak, gods are talking back. Yeah, you know, carrying on, you know, being a show off, being ostentatious, proselytizing, always trying to convert people like obnoxious buffoons. So you can call me cafeteria, you can call me a buffet Catholic, you can call me a picnic barbecue Catholic. That doesn't matter. The Catholic Church is guilty of many evils in the history of the Catholic Church, guilty of many evils. And many popes were power obsessed and corrupt. And they are definitely not innocent. They have many skeletons in their closet. All right? But I'm glad you brought it up because it sets me up for good replies to good topics. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Michael, you damn tootin'. I am a cathartic Catholic. Cathartic. Some of my Italian uncles couldn't pronounce the word Catholic because some of them had to, you know, drop out of school during the Great Depression and go to work. So they didn't, you know, some of them didn't finish high school. And they used to say, they couldn't say Catholic, they say Catlick, like a cat licking on something. Cat lick. Catholic. Hey, I'm a good Catholic. You guys are setting me up for a lot of funny stuff. Hey, I'm a good Catholic. That's what I am. I'm a devoted Catholic. That always clears my sinuses. Yeah, I'm a devoted Catholic. Hey, we will never be accused of being cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Remember that. And Western Mike knows too about cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Okay, where was I before I got interrupted by that Mr. Tommy Carroll? He's like Tokyo Rose was during World War II. He's a right-wing instigator. Like him and the guy I had a block, but I want to bring him back. Oh, what's his name? The King of Dots. The King of Snot? No, the King of Dots, something like that. The guy from the right winger from Cincinnati. He was a right wing troll, and he went too far one evening, and I had to block him. But I want to bring him back because I feel bad. I feel bad that jabroni. He's a jabroni, jumbaloni, right wing troll, and I had to block him. Cat lick. Yeah, what was the abortion guy? What about the unborn? The unborn children, the unborn, save the unborn. Oh, I think they're influenced by demonic forces, to be honest with you. That's why they're so negative. The unborn. Yeah, God bless it. I tell you, that Tommy Carroll, he really gets me going, and then I crack myself up. Sometimes you gotta have the right wing trolls to get you going, They all serve a purpose. Young boy. Okay, let me see. Did it appear yet? Young boy. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, we're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, my friend.
You've heard Trump's promise.
I'm going to be a dictator for one day.
History shows there are no one-day dictatorships. When democracies fall, they typically fall completely. In a previous video, I laid out the defining traits of fascism and how MAGA Republicans embody them. But how could Trump, or someone like him, actually turn America into a fascist state? Here's how, in 5 steps. Step number 1, use threats of violence to gain power. Hitler and Mussolini relied on their vigilante militias to intimidate voters and local officials. We watched Trump try to do the same in 2020.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Republican election officials testified to the threats they faced when they refused Trump's demands to falsify the election results.
My email, my cell phone was doxxed.
They have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile.
A 20-something tech in Gwinnett County today has death threats and a noose put out saying he should be hung for treason.
If the election is close, threats to voters and election officials could be enough to sabotage it. Step number 2, consolidate power. After taking office, a would-be fascist must turn every arm of government into a tool of the party. One of Hitler's first steps was to take over the civil service, purging it of non-Nazis. In October of 2020, Trump issued his own executive order that would have enabled him to fire tens of thousands of civil servants and replace them with MAGA loyalists. He never got to act on it, but he's now promising to apply it to the entire civil service.
We will pass critical reforms making every executive branch employee fireable.
That's become the centerpiece of something called Project 2025, a presidential agenda assembled by MAGA Republicans that would, as the AP puts it, dismantle the U.S. government and replace it with Trump's vision. Step 3, establish a police state. Hitler used the imaginary threat of the poison of foreign races to justify taking control of the military and police, placing both under his top general and granting law enforcement powers to his civilian militias. Now Trump is using the same language.
It's poisoning the blood of our country.
Trump plans to deploy troops within the U.S. to conduct immigration raids and round up what he estimates to be 18 million people who would be placed in mass detention camps while their fate is decided. And even though crime is actually down across the nation, Trump is citing an imaginary crime wave to justify sending troops into blue cities and states against the will of governors and mayors.
You're supposed to not be involved in that. You just have to be asked by the governor or the mayor to come in. The next time, I'm not waiting.
Trump insiders say he plans to invoke the Insurrection Act to have the military crush civilian protests. We saw a glimpse of that in 2020 when Trump deployed the National Guard against peaceful protesters outside the White House. And with promises to pardon January 6 criminals and stop prosecutions of right-wing domestic terrorists, Trump would empower groups like the Proud Boys to act as MAGA enforcers. Step 4, jail the opposition. In classic dictatorial fashion, Trump is now openly threatening to prosecute his opponents.
If I happen to be president and I see somebody who's doing well and beating me very badly, I say, go down and indict them. They'd be out of the election.
And he's looking to remake the Justice Department into a tool for his personal vendettas.
As we completely overhaul the Federal Department of Justice and FBI, we will also launch sweeping civil rights investigations into Marxist local district attorneys.
In the model of Hitler and Mussolini, Trump describes his opponents as subhuman.
The radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country.
Step number 5, undermine the free press. As Hitler well understood, a fascist needs to control the flow of information. Trump has been attacking the press for years.
They are truly the enemy of the people.
And he's threatening to punish news outlets whose coverage he dislikes. He has helped to reduce trust in the media to such a historic low that his supporters now view him as their most trusted source of information. Within a democracy, we may often have leaders we don't like, but we have the power to change them at the ballot box and through public pressure. Once fascism takes hold, those freedoms are gone and cannot easily be won back. We must recognize the threat of fascism when it appears and do everything in our power to stop it.
Well, yeah, you heard it, people. You know, Trump doesn't beat around the bush. You know, the right-wing extremists are very direct and obvious in their agenda. They don't give hints anymore. You know, they're very out in the open about it. So, okay, now before we get into science, before we blind you with science, let me play one last Donald Trump. Oh, let's see. Let me get the Trumpenstein monster out of the way. This should be a good one. Okay. Hold on. We want to start from the beginning. We show this buffoon. Masumi from southeastern Japan, the Chiba Prefecture. Good morning to you, Masumi. Thank you for stepping by and saying good evening to us here at Progressive Discussions. Masumi is a regular viewer of this show. Thank you, Masumi. That's right. Thank you, Masumi. Wishing us all a nice weekend from Japan. All right. Okay, back to the Trumpenstein monster. And then after that, we will blind you with science. Words. All right.
Is it crazy? Really? Just this week it was reported that an illegal alien, and you just look at this, what's happening. An illegal alien.
I mean, what is even going on there? He is deeply unwell. That's Donald Trump on Saturday. He gave a speech in Pennsylvania. He could barely make it through the speech. And with each of these traveling fascist circus events that he calls rallies, he just gets cognitively worse and worse and worse. He's basically up there just mumbling a bunch of nonsense. You know, this is what my dad warned me to avoid if I ever saw anybody like that, you know, in a bar. Just leave them alone. Don't do anything like that. That's what this is like. Here he is just doing that again. I just don't know what I don't know what he's saying. Here, play this clip.
This is a magazine that I've never read, but probably doesn't like Trump. Left wing is.
Yeah, and then he talks about wind, and he's very upset about wind and windmills. Here, play this clip.
While we struggle with wind, where's the wind? You know the other problem? We can't get the windmills. You know why? They're made in China. China says, don't worry about America. We'll give them. But wind doesn't work anyway. It's too expensive. It doesn't work. Kills all your birds. If you'd like to see a nice bird cemetery, walk under a windmill sometime.
I mean, folks, this is his stump speech. This is what he goes around the country and talks about. Here he is saying that that the America is weak Nick. It's a weak Nick. Here, play this clip.
Before going any further, I want to say God bless the people of Israel. They're under attack right now. That's because we show great weakness. This would not happen.
And then he tries to talk about United States steel, but he calls steel seal. Here, play this clip.
Turn it around fast. Under Biden, U.S. Steel is being sold. Think of this. United States Steel Company, one of the great companies of the world 50 years ago, is being sold to Japan. Congratulations, Japan.
And then one of the things that he says, like, I'm trying to be like, okay, what are you going to do? Like, what's your thing? Like, like none of this is normal and it shouldn't be normal. You know, I'm trying to watch the speech and be like, okay, like, what is it that you're going to be doing? Like, what's your policy to the people in the crowd that they want to vote for you? This is just completely unhinged and just strange. Well, here he says that he would stop any funding to schools that require vaccines. So you're just going to bring like polio back? Here, play this clip.
I will not give one penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate.
This is the Republican Party. This is what they've become. I mean, please, you can't normalize this behavior. Here he is talking about how he wants to be able to pick the day when elections are held and override the Constitution. Play this clip.
I wish we could move the election to Tuesday. Is there anything we can do? I want to move the election to Tuesday.
It is Tuesday.
You know, in the UK, they can pick their election. They say, we're going to have the election next week. I want to be able to do that. Would that be possible?
What? And here he is talking about how people are coming over from Congo. Play the clip.
But people are coming from the Congo. Last night, we had 20 people come. Welcome to our country from the Congo. Where do you live in the Congo? We live in prison. Oh, that's right.
And Donald Trump, who's been found liable for sexual assault. Donald Trump, who is about to be on trial for making hush money payments to an adult film actress to interfere with the 2016 election by falsifying business records. Donald Trump, who was on tape bragging about sexually assaulting women. Donald Trump, who's taken away women's reproductive rights. Here he is. And he says this a lot during the speech, that he loves women. He says, I love them. I love women. I love them. And he says it like, that's gross. It's gross. I don't even know. Again, I don't even know. This is a.
Yeah, he loves them. He loves his daughter too, Ivanka. You know, in response to what Tommy Carroll said before, this is what Republicans do when they have no ability to debate a very intelligent progressive because they have no proven facts on their side to debate with. They resort to ad hominem attacks, name calling. That's what they do.
Speech? Play this clip.
The day. I mean, I don't want to get into it. It's very demeaning to women, and I love women more than I love anything. I love women. But it's very demeaning.
Look how he was salivating when he said that. I love women. I love them. I love them. Yeah.
And then he goes on and does this weird rant about Gettysburg, how Robert E. is not in favor. Play the clip.
Where our Union was saved by the immortal heroes at Gettysburg. Gettysburg, what an unbelievable battle that was. The Battle of Gettysburg, what an unbelievable. I mean, it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible and so beautiful in so many different ways. It represented such a big portion of the success of this country. Gettysburg, wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch. And the statement of Robert E. Lee, who's no longer in favor. Did you ever notice that? No longer in favor. Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. They were fighting uphill. He said, wow, that was a big mistake. He lost his great general. And they were fighting. Never fight uphill, me boys. But it was too late.
Then he talks about how he gets upset when people say he's not popular. Play this clip.
You know what bothers me, though? This bothers me. I'm always watching Joe Biden and Donald Trump are the two candidates. They are both very unpopular people. I'm not unpopular. You know? He is unpopular. He is unpopular. But I am not unpopular. With 95% in the Republican Party and a lot of Democrats are going to vote for us because they don't want to have open borders and drugs for everybody, okay? They don't want to have it.
Okay, can we just pause here for a second? I just want to share this with you, just to show you how not normal this is. Remember this moment when John McCain was running in 2008, a true conservative, and John McCain was giving a speech, and then a woman said something about Obama. Remember this? This is what the Republican Party used to be. Like, here, play this clip.
I got to ask you a question. I do not I can't trust Obama. I have read about him, and he's an Arab. He is not. No,
ma'am. He's a decent family man, citizen that I just happen to have disagreements with on fundamental issues, and that's what this campaign is all about. He's not. Thank you.
And then let me just show you a clip of President Biden speaking recently. Again, I'm going to show you more of what Donald Trump was doing, but I have to just show you this is not normal behavior. This is not what politics is. I don't even know what this is. This is WWE cosplay fascism. This is a recent speech that President Biden gave. Play this clip.
It's about fundamental fairness, for example. You know, folks, Obamacare became known as the Affordable Care Act. And by the way, it's still a very big deal. Over 100 million of Americans can no longer be denied health insurance because of a pre-existing condition. But my predecessor and many Republicans want to take that away, take that protection away by repealing the Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let it happen. We stopped them literally 50 times, 50 times in the last administration. And we're going to stop them again. Folks.
Okay, back to this debacle in Pennsylvania and Donald Trump's speech. Here, Donald Trump is saying that he's going to stop men from playing women's sports, but he just mumbles these, like, he can't even say the sentence. Here, play this clip.
Now, I don't use that. I mean, I think it's terrible, but I just say from a common sense, isn't it ridiculous? I'm always embarrassed when I say, and I will stop men from playing in women's sports. Who the hell would care?
And then, of course, he's got to, threaten the country and says, if President Biden wins, there's not going to be a country anymore. The country's going to be destroyed. Just play this clip.
High, but the day after the election, first of all, if he wins, our country is going to be destroyed. The day after the election, if he wins, he will stop drilling and he'll go back to wind, which doesn't work. He'll go back to all sorts of things that don't work.
And all of the things he's even saying about, there's no windmills being made here. They're all being made in China. I was in the largest windmill factory in Pueblo, Colorado. I interviewed President Biden there. Here in the United States of America, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act and President Biden's Infrastructure Act. In terms of drilling, there's more drilling right now under the Biden administration than when Trump was in office, and President Biden's also focused on climate change, which Donald Trump wants to pretend doesn't even exist. Every metric is better under President Biden than under Donald Trump, but I digress. Here, Donald Trump then says that he thinks he's the most honest guy in the world, that there's no one more honest than him. Play this clip.
I did nothing wrong from day one. I did nothing. You had Russia, you had Ukraine, you had every hoax imaginable. With all of the things they did, with millions of pages of study, they found nothing, which makes me perhaps the most honest guy almost in the world, I think. They found nothing.
And then he whines about being gagged and saying that he's not allowed to speak and he's going to have to sit there and be gagged in New York. I mean, when you're talking right now, you're going to have to follow the rules like any person who goes into a courtroom. You're not going to be allowed to act like a maniac. And the gag order just says you can't threaten the judge's daughter and you can't threaten the family members of the district attorney. Like, just don't do that. Even the mafia doesn't do that. You threaten the family members. That it's a fairly limited gag order in terms of what you're prevented from saying. Here, play this clip.
The entire world will witness the commencement of the very first Biden trial. They're all Biden trials. You know that, right? And I'm proud to do it for you. Have a good time watching. Have a good time watching. On Monday in New York City, I will be forced to sit fully gagged. I'm not allowed to talk. Can you believe it? They want to take away my constitutional right to talk. I have a crooked judge. This has never happened before, by the way. You do know that, right? Fully gagged before a highly conflicted and corrupt judge who suffers from TDS. Does anyone know what TDS is? Correct. Trump derangement syndrome.
So I always wonder, I'm like, well, who are the people who go to these things? Like, what does it mean to be a Republican in 2024? Well, here's one of the people who attended in a Santa Claus American flag hybrid outfit. Here, play this clip.
This is the first time I've asked this question. Fetterman, how did he win?
Listen, because it's like one of the monsters. No, he didn't win, dude. They planted him like they planted all the rest of the Democrats, like in there, that feeding the same stuff that needs to get done, what their agenda is, and he's just another one of their cogs. So.
And I have to admit, I'm from Pennsylvania, and I don't understand who the people were that voted for him.
Yeah. Likewise. I mean, I'm in Texas, and I know Ted Cruz wins because I know what he stands for, but Beto wants to grab your AR and change everything, and I'm just like, who votes for these people?
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad.
And then here's another person who attended who bragged about that it was his vehicle that has President Biden being, the image of Biden being hogtied on it that was in the news, that Our researchers actually found Donald Trump posting that, and so the person who Trump promoted the pickup truck with that image of Biden being hogtied, he's here apparently and bragging that he's the one who did it. Paging FBI. Play this clip.
And stuff. So, but yeah, Google Biden hogtie. You'll see me all over the news.
I will. Is that a safe Google for me? Is that kind of?
Yeah.
I mean, I want to put that in my search engines right here.
The truck's right over there. That's all over the news.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, God bless you guys coming out. You know, you'll get to the front.
And then you have a Milt who brags how he's related to Dave Thomas from Wendy's, and then says that he's got the better looking jeans. Play this clip.
I love your outfit.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about it.
Thomas of Wales. Danny Thomas, Marlo Thomas, Dave Thomas of Wendy's. They're my distant and past relatives.
Oh, very neat.
And I got the good looks.
Sometimes it happens that way. Okay, well, I really like to get up. First time to see President Trump?
No, ma'am. I had seen I had seen him up in Wilkes-Barre when he was at the Santana Center 2 years ago.
And so what is it about President Trump you love most?
I love him most. He saved America. He will save America. He will save the world.
And that's absolutely right. He is the man of the people, and he puts America first, but he is the man of the people all over the world. He loves peace. There was peace in this country and also in the world when he was president.
Here. All the accords that he got, peace deals, all the trade deals he got first, that were unheard of. Yeah.
You know, folks, one of the reasons that I show this and I share this is that I don't want us to normalize this behavior. The fact that legacy media ignores this, acts like this isn't happening. This is not what politics is. Again, this is like some WWE cosplay fascism. This is some real strange, this is some weird, dangerous, strange stuff. And this is what he does. He goes around and does this, and the Republicans want to give him the nuclear codes. Like, that's your life on the line. That's your family's life. That's your community, the country, the world, in that person's hands. That's why it's not like a political thing. This is like, it's like a crazy person. It's just a unhinged, dangerous, crazy person. Tell me what you think in the comments.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. Narcissistic, sociopath, pathological liar, corrupt as corrupt can be. And let's see. Let's see. What am I going to go to next? All right, I'll go here. What the hell? I think it's an article. All right, let me answer this guy here. JPM, I asked you this once before. Do you think President Joe Biden is physically or mentally capable of running for another term? I think the Democrat Party should replace Joe Biden with Gavin Newsom of California, because I don't physically, mentally, health-wise, I don't think that Joe Biden can complete a second term just by listening to him. I mean, he's done a lot. He's done more than all the Republicans in Washington put together, which they've done very little except cut taxes for the mega rich. But they've done absolutely nothing for the bottom 98% of the population. And Joe Biden has done a ton of great things despite the opposition from the Republican-controlled Congress, but health-wise, it's not necessarily his age. It's just his health. I mean, you could tell it by the way he talks. He's like always ready to take a nap. Honestly, the both of them are not up to running the country for 2 terms. So, unfortunately, I have to agree with you in this situation. Western Mike says, Biden's better than Newsom, but yeah, he's a transitional president like him, but after him, time for someone new. Why do you think Joe Biden is better than Gavin Newsom? I heard Gavin Newsom speak. I've seen him debate the bloated toad from Florida, Ron DeSantis, and I was very impressed by Gavin Newsom. Okay. Let's see. Now we're gonna with science. This is the new ultra-thin hydrogen fuel cell. Yes, the hydrogen engine has been perfected and is currently being mass-produced, I believe, in Japan. They have a system where they can separate the hydrogen from water right in the vehicle, right in the engine. That's amazing. And this is the true, efficient, eco-friendly power source for vehicles. It is too soon to put out the electric vehicle. It's way too soon. The technology is not here yet. It takes way too long to charge the lithium battery. The range is way too short. Okay. Americans are not going to stand on long lines waiting for people to charge their lithium batteries for like a half hour, an hour. No, the technology is not here yet. Hydrogen's the way to go. Now, this fuel cell is extremely compact and boasting 175 kilowatts of power. And another wonderful thing about hydrogen is the emissions is pristine, pure steam. There is no emissions. It's vapor. Okay. This is the first intelligent hydrogen fuel cell, an advance in mobility. An ultra-thin, lightweight hydrogen fuel cell. Clean power. Generate clean power. All right. And then it goes on to explain. I know the font is very small, but I'm doing a little speed reading. I'm trying to go through to find any key sentences, key words. Zero emissions. That's right. It was necessary to design a new water injection system. One of the systems, we like to focus on in the case of the PEMFC, whatever the fuck that means. A polymer electrolyte membrane. Oh, that's what it means. A polymer electrolyte membrane is used on the anode and cathode sides to separate them. Fuel holds the hydrogen on the anode side where it is fed into the cell. Okay. The company states on its own website that drive's heat exchanger is up to 30% smaller than its competitors at equal net power output. In fact, you recall that the large size that other engines from other brands have is a problem we've talked about. Besides, hydrogen fuel is also efficient at catalyzing the reactions at the electrochemical level. The smart energy system has a very low footprint and high output level. In fact, it only emits water vapor, which is why it's considering to be a zero emission technology. Wow, that's a given. Everybody knows that hydrogen is a zero emission technology. This is more powerful and compact than even conventional hydrogen fuel cells. All right, very good. And you can see the word Honda on here because Japan is setting the initial prototypes for this technology, but the rest of the world will follow. And this is the way to go. I mean, in the past, I mean, they've had the hydrogen-powered engine technology, but it was very unstable, very volatile, dangerous, you know. But now they've solved that problem. They've eliminated those bugs, so to speak. And now they're ready to go. Move forward. Just like with nuclear fusion energy, as opposed to nuclear fission, which produces radioactive waste. But hey, gasoline is very volatile and dangerous too. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see. This one is, I'll show you a photo. This is pretty impressive. It's a hydrogen powered tractor. Hydrogen powered truck. But this one is designed to save lives. It is a health medical service. I'll show you what it looks like. Well, Biden is a moderate. He also admitted he's a capitalist. I'm not a fan. I was never a fan of Joe Biden. I supported Bernie Sanders. But, you know, Bernie Sanders did not want to run as an independent and be on the ballot as an independent. So what are you going to do? You're stuck voting for the lesser of two evils, which is Joe Biden. I'm not a fan of capitalism. I'm not a moderate. I am a lefty, democratic socialism, like they have in Scandinavia and in Canada. But you have to go with the lesser of the two evils. What can you do? You know, we're stuck. DeSantis 2028. That's funny. Hell no. Hell no. Would I vote for Kamala Harris? She's not qualified to run the country. Are you kidding me? She was, what was she, a federal prosecutor? That's about it. Biden took her on to get the black vote. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I don't believe, I think that the concept of buying low and selling high is unethical. It lacks integrity. It lacks integrity. Integrity. All right, let me show you this hydrogen-powered big rig. All right, here we go. Hydrogen is coming to the rescue. Zero emission emergency vehicle prototype was designed to save lives and the environment. And there it is. A hydrogen-powered big rig. No diesel fuel, no smelly diesel. No smelly, expensive diesel. Polluting diesel. I'm putting it mildly. So what this is it's a hybrid electric box truck because the hydrogen produces electricity, which is a very smart idea to keep the battery charged. It's a rescue vehicle. Okay, supplying electrical power, potable water for survivors, you know, to arrive in emergency situations where people don't have power, people don't have pure drinking water. It's a carbon neutral vehicle. Class 7 emergency vehicle prototype. You know, I'm just reading the key points, you know, avoiding all the mumbo jumbo, which I don't need to read. Anytime the fuel cell is producing energy to move the vehicle or to export power, it's generating water. Oh, really? Could it be that the water that it's generating is coming from evaporated air, pulling the water out of the air and turning the humidity, the moisture in the air into liquid water, from vapor to liquid? Could it be that's what they mean? Commercial truck and locomotive engine maker Cummins. Is that anything like my favorite porno name, Dick Cummins? It says, which has pledged to make all of its heavy-duty road and rail vehicles zero emission by 2050. Yeah, there you go. There's the catch. 2050, my ass. They're taking so long because they're in bed with the fossil fuel industries. It doesn't take until 2050 to produce a hydrogen electric hybrid truck. There's no way. Japan is mass producing the technology right now. Leave it up to an American company to say, well, we won't have it till 2050. Because an American company, they're a bunch of corporate whores. They're in bed with the fossil fuel industry. All right, hydrogen fuel cell that charges its lithium-ion batteries. There you go. Talk about efficiency, but not to 2050. You know what? Fuck you, Cummins. You motherfucker. You're in bed with big oil. I'm not going to go spend any more time on that. As soon as I saw that, 2050, it's bullshit. Yeah, because they don't want the fossil fuel industry to go belly up. The Cummins company is in bed with them. The corporate whores is what they are. Corporate whores. No, did I read this already? All right, well, I'll just go through this fast. They're a bunch of whores. Hold on. Western Mike says, I like the whole money comes and goes thing. What do you mean? Easy come, easy go? Nah, I don't like easy come, easy go. I like easy come, easy stay. So a young whippersnapper. Ah, so. Easy come, easy stay, not easy go. Listen. Honesty, integrity. I have in my hand a very thick, durable ceramic coffee mug that I got at the Dollar Tree over a decade ago, and it's my go-to mug. It has fiesta decorations, like Mexican Cinco de Mayo style decorations on. Colors. It's very attractive. That's why I bought it. I'm going to show it to you. Not that, of course, everybody's seen it, but here it is. It's real. I told you I would show it. I told you what it was. That's integrity. That's honesty. Now, if I mentioned the mug and I didn't show it to you, then I could be lying. Therefore, a lack of integrity. I didn't mean to get melodramatic. Is gas-free America possible? Is it possible? You're damn right it's possible. But if the whore politicians in Washington are still rolling in bed, sucking the dicks of big oil, just like big pharma and big agra, don't forget big agra, wicked, evil, greedy, toxic companies that put all that toxic food on regular supermarket shelves so people can get sick, be sick all the time, and feed the racketeering American healthcare system. Yeah. It's all possible, my friend, my young whippersnapper, Western Mike. It's all possible. That's all right. He has nicknames for me too. Calls me pajamas. Yeah, pajamas. Anyway, we have a lot of viewers. We have a lot of viewers. Right now, we have been streaming live on YouTube and Twitter, which is now called X. But I hear Elon Musk wants to change the name back to Twitter again. So I call it Twitter X. X Twitter? Nah, that don't sound good. Twitter X. Twitter X. All right. Let me get this up. We got more hydrogen. Oh, all right. Let me get rid of this annoying advertisement. This engine opens up a new generation, new fuel, historic range, and unprecedented power. The beauty, H2O, ho. Heidi ho, it runs on H2O. I made that up. It's not in the article. Electric vehicles. Oh no, it's the same. They're talking about the same thing. Well, like I said, Japan is going to get the ball rolling. They're doing it right now. So the Cummins, the diesel, big rig diesel engine company is full of shit when they say 2050. Well, guess what? If Japan is doing it for cars, you know damn well Japan can do it for big rigs. It's only a matter of time, and it's not going to be 2050. There we go. Kia. Okay, so you have Toyota, Honda, Kia, and Hyundai. So South Korea is making hydrogen engines as well. Kia and Hyundai. Let's see. Okay, so we have Japan and South Korea. I knew South Korea would be involved because they're very technologically advanced. I love electrical products from South Korea, like Samsung and things of that nature. And their cars are pretty damn good. Okay. Okay. One more hydrogen engine. Wait a minute. Is this the same fucking thing? All right. I'm just going to go through this real quick. The rest are all robotics, which is probably one of my top favorite science topics is robotics. Oh, Tommy Carroll is going bye-bye. JPM, always enjoy your content, and I will continue to pray for the babies that were aborted. Okay. Have a good evening. Have a good weekend, Tommy Carroll. Have a good weekend. You too. I hope the weather is good for you wherever you hail from, because I know you keep your life very private. And there you go. And this hydrogen engine is revolutionizing the automotive industry. And it's neither American nor German. What is it? It's going to say? Yeah, there you go. Korea. All right, this one. Let me see. I already said that already. All right, this one is the Korean hydrogen engine. You know, I love the blue color. You know, it's like the color of water. Excellent. It pretty much gives the same information in the article, so there's no sense of reading it. Okay, first I'm going to show a little Boston Dynamics concerning the Atlas robot. What's going on here? Boston Dynamics. I'll have to show this twice because, you know, there's no way to start at the beginning because it's a short. They call these videos shorts. And there's no way to start and stop the video where you want it to. Okay, people? Oh, there is.
Hello everyone. Welcome to QPT. This is Rajamanikam Antonimuthu from Quality Point Technologies. I have been uploading thousands of videos related to emerging technologies innovation.
What the hell? Well, that was weird. Very strange indeed. All right. This is just the Boston Dynamics Atlas hydraulic-powered robot. Unfortunately, the complaint is that it leaks hydraulic fluid all over the floor. But they have replaced Atlas, which has been retired, with a new, vastly upgraded robot. All right, very impressive, Atlas. Let me see what this Atlas says. Hope it's not another short. Ah, fuck. Oh, all right. It's another short. All right. Good old Boston Dynamics. Okay. I don't think this one's a short. This is the last one, folks.
Delivered the exact same return. In front of our eyes, an entire era is fading away. Boston Dynamics has retired the robot Atlas. But before we could bid farewell to Atlas,
Gotta do this again. Oh boy. It's I hit the wrong button. My mistake. Oh. Um. You fucked up. Oh man, I messed up. Sorry, folks. Bear with me, son of a bitch. Bear with me, folks, please.
in front of our eyes, an entire era is fading away. Boston Dynamics has retired the robot Atlas. But before we could bid farewell to Atlas by introducing a new generation of Atlas robots,
This is strange. We're having some technical difficulties that are unexplainable.
In front of our eyes, an entire era is fading away. Boston Dynamics has retired the robot Atlas. But before we could bid farewell to Atlas, Boston Dynamics has given a real gift to all robotics enthusiasts by introducing a new generation of Atlas robots developed in collaboration with Hyundai. But that's not all the news from the company. Roku showcased a new video demonstrating how the Boston Dynamics robot Spot herds sheep checks crops, and lounges in the grass. Additionally, Marquee Robotics unveiled its first prototype of a two-legged humanoid robot capable of understanding human language and learning. These and other high-tech news in one video. We are witnessing the end of an era. Boston Dynamics has retired the robot Atlas. After 11 years of dancing, acrobatics, and other impressive feats, the humanoid robot Atlas is going into retirement. Boston Dynamics, which in 2013 for a competition held by the U.S. Department of Defense, bid farewell to Atlas in a video. The humanoid robot failed to attract buyer interest. Unlike the robotic dog and bird-like warehouse worker, two other Boston Dynamics creations. The company does not publicize the reasons.
Put this under your tongue to rise up whenever you want. Today I will reveal something almost no man knows it exists, and the ones who know never share this secret with anyone. Go to your kitchen and follow this 15-second blood flow hack discovered by top Harvard scientists that has helped 100,000 men stand at attention instantly when they want. If you're worried your tiny buddy down below isn't long or thick enough for your lady, then you need to see this in 15-second blood flow hack that can help you turbocharge your engine almost overnight, while also increase your size up to 8 inches or more. Not only does it improve your performance in bed, it also helps you restore your prostate and get you in a better shape. Plus, it increases your stamina at night.
For retiring the hydraulic robot Atlas. However,
that was interesting. Got my blood flowing.
There are several factors that indicate the justification for this decision. Firstly, in recent years, Boston Dynamics has focused on commercializing its developments. Secondly, complex hydraulic robots are unpopular with buyers because they leave puddles of hydraulic fluid on the floor. Thirdly, the company is very successful in selling the robot dog named Spot. And finally, robotics is actively and successfully evolving towards fully electric androids. It is possible that in the future, we will see a new humanoid robot from Boston Dynamics without hydraulics, but no less capable. But before we had a chance to say goodbye to Atlas, Boston Dynamics made a real gift to all robotics enthusiasts and introduced a new generation of Atlas robots developed together with Hyundai. The new Atlas is designed based on decades of research and confirms our commitment to creating the most capable and useful mobile robots that solve the most complex tasks in modern industry, explained Boston Dynamics. The new robot is fully electric, with fully removed hydraulic elements. According to company specialists, the second generation of Atlas robots has become even faster and more agile. The new model of Boston Dynamics robots will be tested at the testing ground at the Hyundai factory. Developers promise to provide more details about the robot and its design in the future. The company stated that it is the most dynamic humanoid robot in the world. But that's not all the news from the company. The Boston Dynamics Spot robot herds sheep, checks crops, and lounges in the grass in a new video. New Zealand company Rokos intends to make this a reality. Rokos demonstrated how such a device can be used in agriculture. For now, it's a showcase of capabilities that are expected to be implemented in the future. Rokos plans to collaborate with Boston Dynamics to develop a software platform through which the Spot robot can perform the actions shown in the video. This means it can assist in herding sheep, inspecting various crop yields, and creating real-time route maps. According to Rokos, the use of such robots in agriculture increases food production efficiency, enhances yield estimation accuracy, and reduces the workload on workers. It's currently unclear when the platform will be ready, but given the capabilities of Boston Dynamics robots, it's entirely plausible that Spot can handle such tasks. Marquee Robotics has unveiled its first prototype of a two-legged humanoid robot capable of understanding human language and learning. The team is developing a humanoid robot that, according to them, would be able to understand commands in natural language using artificial intelligence. The Marquee bot prototype incorporates AI at every level of its operations. Its motion control is based on a new machine learning method called Sim2Real, where reinforcement learning occurs in a virtual version of the robot, allowing it to use as much data as needed for training, and then react to the real world using minimal data. Methods based on NERF, the latest neural network technologies for representing 3D scenes, reflect the world in real time. Semantic knowledge is stored in these cognitive maps. The computer can query find things in places. The Marquee robot can determine its location on a 3D map and then automatically plan dynamic paths to avoid obstacles. The prototype demonstrated a complete cycle of performing complex tasks, including navigation, locomotion, scene understanding, object detection and localization, grasping and understanding natural language. However, Marquee Robotics noted that this is not the final version. The company also announced that it initially targets two main markets for the Marquee humanoid. One of these markets is the household sector, where a domestic assistant capable of maneuvering in households can perform a range of tasks, including setting the table, cleaning, laundry, and learning new tasks on the fly through verbal instructions and visual imitation. The second industrial market is the warehouse, where the automated robot is designed for efficient searching, retrieval, and transportation of items, as well as capable of handling loads up to 25 kilograms. LimX Dynamics, a Chinese company specializing in the development of walking robots, has unveiled the four-legged robot W1 equipped with wheels at the ends of its legs. The robot is capable of dynamically combining walking with wheeling, overcoming obstacles such as gaps, and moving up and down stairs. Due to the built-in surface type recognition system, W1 can autonomously switch between different modes of movement and dynamically adjust the height and angle of its body relative to the ground during motion. All four legs of the LimX W1 have backward bent knee joints. At the end of each leg is a wheel with an electric motor that can be locked and act as a grippy sole during walking. The robot can combine walking with wheeling, and the integrated surface type recognition system allows it to autonomously switch between modes of movement, selecting the most suitable option depending on the situation. Moreover, if necessary, it can bend its front or rear legs in such a way that the body maintains a horizontal position when moving on inclined surfaces. This feature may come in handy, for example, if the robot is carrying an unsecured load. RoboMart has developed the world's first autonomous grocery store based on an electric vehicle. The creators of RoboMart found that around 60% of the products sold are perishable goods, with less than 5% of such products sold in the online segment. The challenge lies in the fact that the delivery of such products is quite expensive, and in addition, customers do not trust someone unfamiliar to choose such products for them, preferring to visit offline stores themselves. The RoboMart
thing you need to do before buying anything online. Another dime on Amazon until you...
concept addresses this issue as follows. The customer simply needs to press a button in the mobile app to summon the nearest van to their home, similar to Uber Eats. Upon arrival at the specified address, the customer opens the doors of the mobile store using the same application, selects the desired products, and notifies the system when the shopping is complete. The RoboMart van is a fully autonomous vehicle without a driver's seat, allowing the entire internal volume to be used for products. Charging is done using wireless charging stations, which the vans find autonomously. The range from a full charge is 130 kilometers, 80 miles, and the maximum travel speed is 40 kilometers per hour, 25 miles per hour. The developers use the NVIDIA hardware platform supplemented by their own software. Researchers from Princeton University, USA, have introduced TidyBot, a project of a personalized assistant robot. The robot is equipped with functionality that allows it to classify objects by color, recycle beer cans, tidy up items, and collect trash. The essence of the research lies in personalizing home cleaning with the help of a personal cleaning robot equipped with a manipulator capable of cleaning rooms by lifting and tidying up objects. The key task is to determine the correct place for each item, depending on the preferences of the people, which may vary depending on their personal tastes. For example, one person may prefer to store shirts in a drawer of a table, while another person may prefer to store them on a shelf. Researchers presented an example of a system that can learn about user preferences based on just a few examples through previous interactions with a specific person. User examples are presented as a textual list of objects present at the cleaning site and a list of possible containers where they can be placed. This is followed
It's almost done. It's almost done, Paul. All right.
Don't worry, by a series of commands that show where to place the objects according to the user's preferences. Write in the comments what you think about the new generation.
Showing some robotics. Let's see. Let me get back to.
We'll be taking the drugs. Yeah, I got bad news. Bad news for you, James. She got my business and my Facebook. I mean my TikTok banned.
Again?
Yep. And the court. I can't really talk about this on here. I have to keep. The judge put a gag order on me, the victim. How do you like that? So tomorrow morning, Monday morning, we're going to the bar association. I'm going to report the judge. I'm making a complaint. I already spoke to them. I'm going to make a complaint on her. I'm making a complaint on her lawyers, the other lawyers. I'm making a complaint on her violating my constitutional rights. I'm going blind in my left eye and she didn't give a shit. Okay. They penalized me over my handwriting and embarrassed me in front of the court, in front of my ex. Okay. And they allowed them to come, and they're allowing them to still continue to violate my rights and everything else. So now I have all the proof of what she violated on TikTok. She went and said that a video of Oreo, it contains violence, tobacco, and firearms. And then me and Valerie and Oreo yesterday, you didn't hear about this. We went to the beach and we were held up at gunpoint yesterday.
I saw it.
Okay.
I saw the video.
Yeah, I call the cops at the beach and I get a funny message, and then I call the cops at the house and I get that same message. We couldn't call the cops. Yeah. So I posted it on TikTok immediately while we were there. Just a little clip letting people know and typing it in, call the cops because I can't. And we're in danger right now. And they went and violated that and put my life in fucking danger. So last night I sat up and I went through Google and I found an attorney to sue the shit out of fucking TikTok for what they did to me. It's bullshit. There's no protected attribute. They are located in the United States as well. Okay. Their app is here, meaning that you could sue them here. They're going to pay for the shit they've done to me.
Yeah. Well, their main office is in Southern California.
Yeah. And they're here too. And I was employed by them. Okay. When you're sending me a check every month to my PayPal, that makes me an employee of yours, TikTok. You fired me. You took all my partners. You took all my content.
No, you're an independent contractor, but you still got paid from them.
Yeah, I got paid for them, but still, they were paying me, and they stole my money along with banning my account.
Was that Ashley in the video that says she should have hit your other eye also?
Yeah.
That was her. Yeah. So she proved she's a sociopath.
Wait, which video did you see?
You showed me a video where you were to the right of a woman who kept on saying, "Get the fuck out of my house." You're this, the other thing, calling you names, and then she says, then you said with a low voice, you says, she's I don't know, she's hitting me. Something like that. She's hitting me.
You still have that video? Because I don't remember it. You still have it?
You showed it to me. And then the woman.
I'm trying to remember what video that was.
The younger woman has said, I should have hit your other eye. I should have hit you in the other eye, which.
How long ago was this that I showed you this?
Well, it was this year. It was sometime in the winter, I think. Winter.
Oh yeah, I got that. They got that.
Yeah, I should hit your other, which means she shows no remorse for what she did to the one eye. She should have hit you in the other eye. Okay, so yeah. So you
know how I caught it. You know how I know it was Ashley, because the last time we went to court, okay, I said this to the judge. Well, the one time before this, I said, Your Honor, I said, there's conflict of interest going on here, right? I said, but you do know that the feds are involved, right, Your Honor? She goes, I don't care. So I made sure that they heard it. And then what they did was, in the comment basin, I got the comment before they deleted my account. Somebody wrote in there right before I went to the beach, shut it, Fed. Shut it, Fed. Well, guess what? Nobody else knew about that. Nobody else knew about it but her in that courtroom. And guess what? I'm going to get the transcripts of that.
I think she's in cahoots with Ashley's mother, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, I got a message from somebody stating her mother's a big time DA and she knows many judges.
Uh-huh.
Well, guess what? When I go to the bar tomorrow, the bar will have no choice then to remove this judge off of this case and put a real judge on it, a judge that's going to do their job.
This is some case now. Damien, is that you?
Well, tomorrow well, Monday we're gonna do a couple of things. I told you I'm doing the bar, and then Tuesday we're gonna go and file. Me and my partner, we found an attorney that's willing. Hopefully he's gonna do this, and he's gonna get on the New York bar. He's from Washington D.C. He's been following me for 3 years on TikTok, and he's noticed everything she's done. He said, I watched her do this, and I watched her comment, and I watched her come on your lives, and I watched her attack you, and I watched multiple people attack you on here. I know what you went through. He said, I'm not on the bar there, but I'm going to take the test, and I'm going to get on the bar in New York. He said, and I'll fight this case. If he does this for me, and he really is sincere, and he gets on the bar in New York, and he said, and we're not going to file. He said, you can file the civil case now. He goes, but let this see. He said, what's going to happen here is once the civil court judge sees this package that was put together for you by somebody else, another paralegal, put everything together in a timeline, shows everything, okay? And wrote her comments in there. I got that package. It's in cloud, okay? We got that. It's a private cloud account. Once I get that, then I'm going to have that sent over to the Bar Association and let them go through it. But I'm also going to have the civil court's going to get that package with all the evidence and everything. And what I was told from the, FED, that I reported this last night. They took the report, the feds, okay? I reported it to them. I called it in last night. They put it to the case. They advised me to go to the bar and to report the court and the judge for what they're doing to me. She said, and make sure that you give them our number and let them know that there's a case. So I'm going to sit down with somebody at the bar, and I'm going to show them everything that's on my phone, all the information. And then on Tuesday, I'm going to file in the civil court with my business partner, who she also destroyed both of our companies. Now she destroyed the only money that I make on TikTok. I can show that every time before court, 2 days before court, I was attacked. After court, I was attacked because of this. They figured they've been trying to dismiss the case from day one because they know that if the case is dismissed, then I can't show my evidence. And the judge allowed this to happen. She allowed them to do this to me. She violated me on my own order, saying that if I contact them, and I'm not contacting them, she's saying that I talk about her, and that's all I do is talk about her. And her lawyer came out and said, oh, Your Honor, he's attacking her on Facebook and everything. Really? Have you looked at my fucking TikTok? Have you looked at my channel and see what I told? Like, you think I got time for this bitch when I'm going blind and I got fucking medical issues in my life? You think I'm thinking about her when I'm with somebody else? Why would I be thinking about her?
I had a feeling she wasn't going to stop. People like that don't stop.
The problem is they can't get the case dismissed. And they filed over 7 dismissals on this case, okay? It hasn't been dismissed, but to cancel a trial, why would you cancel a trial and then set another trial date for March 2023 or 2025? A year from now, almost.
So she fucked your TikTok store once again.
Yep, I just built it too, and it's banned. Yep, and they used the stupidest line in the book: tobacco and firearms. Really, I sell tobacco and firearms on my fucking TikTok. Really? So you're putting me out there like that and lying and accepting that instead of looking at the video, TikTok, you dumb motherfuckers, you fucking chinky bastards. I got friends that are Chinese, but they don't act like that.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Damien,
what do I show on my TikTok? I show the moon. I show the crime that goes on in the area. I showed the assault that went on yesterday. Oh, but you can allow people to show babies' heads getting fucking cut off, and there's no violation on that, right?
Horrible.
You allow video games with kids shooting at fucking people like Grand Theft Auto, shooting at them on the street. You'll allow shit like that, violence.
Hey, Bart, how you doing, man? How's your weekend going? Bart Robinson.
It's okay because you know what? I just say one thing, James. You see, when people are in fear, these are the things that they do. And if the court can't see that, then that's their problem, but the bar will see it.
Well, that judge,
to tell me that I can't discuss my case in person. Why? I can't let my friends know. Also, I'm not allowed to go and violate. Oh, and if you write any violations, your case dismissed. If you go to the law, whatever, any violations anywhere, I'm dismissed. So you're telling me I can't protect myself, Your Honor? Is that what you're telling me? You violated my constitutional fucking rights, and I said it to you. Now, by not appointing a disabled man a lawyer, knowing I'm going blind, knowing I had major accidents, okay? I'm on fucking Social Security, I'm on Medicaid. And you're going to sit there and tell me I got to go hire my own lawyer, knowing that I didn't do anything wrong? My first lawyer admitted in the text messages and the emails. You should see some of this shit. I can't wait to go to the bar and let them see what she wrote. Because that lawyer, guess what? Rebecca, I'm taking your ass to fucking court too, and I'm suing you for what you did. You fucked my whole case up by talking to the other side. You know what? I don't care if they fucking arrest me. Go ahead. For speaking the fucking truth, I'm the victim, motherfuckers.
she's in cahoots with Ashley's mother, I bet.
Yep, of course they are.
In cahoots.
Of course they are. For what was said in that courtroom, listen, they violated my constitutional rights by not appointing me a lawyer. And I said, Your Honor, you violated my constitutional rights. I'm disabled, and you didn't appoint me a lawyer. The last court date, you put me through hell where it caused me to go fucking blind now from the stress. I was under doctor's care not to freaking stress out at all.
You know
and you're
what?
telling me I got to go hire a lawyer for 15 grand? Really?
She sounds like a feminist that is against you because you're a male and Ashley and her mother are females. That's what it sounds.
Well, you know what? Her position may be gone because it's your first year in office. You're a Supreme Court judge with 0 cases, and you're already screwing shit up for yourself. Okay? You violated my constitutional rights, and then she has the nerve to come out after knowing I have a doctor's note from her, specifically from my eye doctor, saying he's on a fast track of going blind right now. No stress. Refuses to see the note, okay? That was written for her, okay? I don't need to see that. Then she goes and tells me, and after I said you violated my rights, she was on the phone in a second calling a lawyer for me. If you didn't violate my rights, then why would you be on the phone calling an attorney when you should have did that the last case?
I hope to God you can suit up that judge also. I really hope.
Well, New York protects the judge where you can't file a lawsuit against them.
Well, she was appointed by Albany or by Eric Adams?
I don't know. I don't know. She's I don't know. But all I know is this. I do know one thing. She came out and she penalized me and embarrassed me in the courtroom after knowing that I can't see and going, she's reading my motion. I can't even read this. Your handwriting is atrocious. I said, I just got done telling you I can't see. You should have had somebody help me in the courtroom then.
Oh my God. Well, this woman
embarrassed me in front of her, where now they went on TikTok and they were making fun of me on TikTok, saying all kinds of shit, calling me a pedophile again. You know, you don't know what they did this time. I had over 600 fucking comments. I kept, reporting them, and TikTok kept finding violations on the comments. You're violating her. You know what she's doing, but yet you go ban my page, you stupid fucks.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And then they allow another page on TikTok to impersonate me. But you banned the original page and you allowed the page with 100 friends on it to impersonate me.
Who the hell does her mother know that she has all this pull?
It's organized crime.
Well, eventually TikTok is in on it, right?
I wouldn't say TikTok's in on it, but somebody said something like this last night on the phone. I'm not going to say, it's possible that she knows somebody that works for TikTok at night, and this is when they attack me is at nighttime, never in the daytime. Yesterday, I got it right in the evening time. It was right after the incident at the beach. An hour later, my TikTok was banned. And somebody wrote, shut it, Fed. 2 times. Shut it, Fed. Remember what I told you I mentioned in the courtroom, James?
Does the Fed know?
Oh, yeah.
What's going on?
They sure do. I reported it last night. Added onto the case. They know everything that's going on. They're watching.
Now, what is this appointment you and Val have Monday? exactly.
I can't say where it is and where I'm going, but I'm going to tell you like this: when I'm done with that appointment, yeah.
In other words, it's an
I'm not
important.
mentioning anything. I'm not saying what I got. I'm not going to say the evidence I got. I'm bringing it in. I'm going to put it on the table. I got an appointment with somebody that I made there. I'm also going to be seeing one of the judges there that will be working in the area there on Monday.
So, and without don't tell me no details. In other
I
words,
won't. I just told you what I can tell you.
don't tell me no details. So, in other
And the
words,
rest of it, and the rest of the stuff that I got evidence of, it's going to be on silence mode right now because that evidence, the evidence that I have is coming from other people that was the same thing was done to them.
all right, the cone of silence has lowered. Like, get
I'm filing
smart.
a class act lawsuit with all the boyfriends that she did this to and the girlfriends.
So what you're saying is, without giving me any information, is that when your appointment is over with on Monday,
I should be in front of a new judge without her lawyers present because I'm reporting them too for what they've done. They are the ones attacking my TikTok page. Multiple. They got multiple people doing it now, just like back then.
well, I hope that judge is. I hope the New York State Bar finds out all the.
No, they're going to find out. I got it on paper, James.
Okay.
But let me also explain something to you that they did. They wrote it on their motion to dismiss. They wrote it in their motion to dismiss that they had a third party listen to my radio station with a restraining order against them. Take little clips off of my radio station and posted it on YouTube. She just admitted to the judge in the court that you violated the order. You wrote it in there. You admitted that you violated it by listening to my radio and going and posting something that you don't even know what I was talking about on fucking YouTube. And they put the YouTube video link in the fucking court papers, man. You just violated your fucking order. You're gonna allow her to get away with that? I mentioned it. That doesn't matter, really. That don't matter. It's gonna matter on Monday morning, Your Honor. It will matter on Monday morning, and they better not tamper with those transcripts, because I'll tell you what, if you do, I got another thing to prove for you.
Yeah, if they
don't mess with the transcripts, because I'll tell you what, it won't be a good thing on them.
All right, let me introduce you to Damian Owens. He is very knowledgeable when it comes to the shenanigans of the U.S. government and the law. He's a very highly
Well, make sure you get him my contact, because I can definitely love to pick his brain and explain to him what I'm going through right here, because I'm building people. I don't have a lot of money. I got lawsuits going on. I'm disabled, and I don't want to say how much money is going to be coming to me, but it's going to be very large. So I'm going to say, it's going to take care of the actions I've been in, because I have serious problems going on with my eye. I can't record right now. I can't watch TV. I can't do shit.
Let me give him a quick update. Anyway, Bart Robinson, I'm doing good. I had all you can eat sushi today. My belly's full. I'm having a good weekend, and I hope you're.
And I'm going to take you guys for a walk with me too, because I got to run to the store. But talk to him about me real quick, okay? And make sure, James, he gets my info. You can give him my phone number, all right?
Yeah. Well,
I trust your people. I don't trust anybody else.
Any advice that I do give is to not be legal advice. This is just for general information. That's all this really is. Just
how's your mic your mic volume's a little low, Damien.
It's because I'm on my iPhone. I'm on the way home.
Okay, I hear you though. Yeah, Paul.
Based on what you've told me,
yeah,
you have a lot of potential here, but I think you need to shift a few things of which you were operating this on, and here's why. So, what I'm about to disclose is not necessarily hidden knowledge, but not a lot of people know about it, and I can give you the exact code of which to look at this through. See, we're trying to think as though that we're operating under the United States constitutional sovereign law. We're not. We're operating under maritime corporate law. Case in point, look up U.S. Title Code 283002 15.
Hey, can you say that one more time? Because I'm recording that so I can look it up.
All right. So
Just say the numbers.
You
The
think
numbers.
you are operating under the United States constitutional sovereign law, the law of the land. No, the way the United States has operated since 1871 is United States Incorporated. You're operating under corporate maritime law. So specifically, what U.S. code is this? It is U.S. Code Title 28, 3002, 15A. It will bring you to Cornell Law School, and it will bring you to this page, which is a definitions page. And 15A specifically defines United States as a federal corporation.
Wow.
So you're not under any sort of constitutional sovereign law. You're operating under the law of the sea and under corporate law. So by that, you're going to have to find a way to shift the jurisdiction from admiralty corporate law to sovereign law of the land, to where the Constitution will apply.
You see, Paul's
That makes a lot of sense, man. Thank you for that. I just recorded that. That I'm going to listen to it over and over again. You know that.
I tell you, this guy, this Damien, will make an outstanding guest on your Friday.
Yeah, I'd like to have you on the radio show Friday night. Any Friday night you want, you know.
Well,
you could be anonymous, or you know,
Tuesday or
you can help
Wednesday
a lot of people with your knowledge, you know, because people have knowledge. You have knowledge that I don't have. You know, I talk about everything we're talking about, but I also talk about what's going on in the skies a lot, you know. And I open people's eyes to certain things that they're not seeing, you know. And I had 50,000 followers on that TikTok, and I was making money on there that's paying my phone bills, and that's the only thing I can work right now because I'm disabled. They destroyed everything. They destroyed it. Now I lost all my partners. My partners are emailing me, go, what happened to this? What happened? I said, listen, contact TikTok, not me. You're signed up with TikTok. They're the ones that run the affiliate program, not me. I said, I got your samples right here, but you know what? Blame them if I can't do the video, not me. And, you know, and now they're going after them, but it doesn't matter. But I did find a attorney yesterday, a law firm. I don't want to mention it live here, but I found a law firm that's going to take my case against TikTok. You can actually sue TikTok as an adult, you know. They don't have no age restrictions. And what it is when they heard this case of what I just explained to you, some of it, when they heard the rest of it, she said, hold on a minute. I talked to attorney Monday morning. I'll sign the paperwork. So I'm filing a suit against TikTok for allowing me to be attacked for the last 2 years, getting death threats in my messenger, allowing these things to happen. Yes, there are higher forces involved, but right now those higher forces are investigating. It's going to take some time. It doesn't mean I can't still take, you know, action on this end, you know, because that law enforcement doesn't really fuck with the family court. You understand? They don't really mess with that shit. But now what happened yesterday and the day before that, and the attacks that happened to me online, and you know, with the person putting a gun to me, I don't know if that's related, because it was just really strange the way it happened, you know.
A bit random, you know.
It was just weird, you know. We end up on the beach, you know. This has never happened before, and my dog is off the leash and she's in the water, and other dogs are off the leash too, and all of a sudden this guy's raising his hands and yelling at us, and I'm recording him at this point, and he's threatening me. I'm going to pull my gun out and you'll see what I'm going to do to you, motherfucker. What are you talking about? I don't even know who you are. Okay. But I got video of him, and I pulled the video even closer where I caught the gun. When I tried to call the cops yesterday at the beach, I got a message. Okay. The message said this. It kept ringing and ringing, and then an answering service came out, and it goes, sorry, but you have reached the hearing impaired line. You have reached the hearing impaired, and then it'll go. When I got home, it did the same thing. And then we called from my wife's phone, and we got through. I asked her, I said, are you having any problems with your phone lines? No, sir. My phone lines are fine. Okay, let me check with somebody else. I made a couple of phone calls last night and today, finding out, does New York have any problems with their 911 call line? Not at all. Then I spoke to an officer today that took the, you know, that has the report. I explained this to him. You know what he said to me? I said, my wife thinks that you guys blocked out our phone numbers. He goes, we can't do that by law. He goes, we can get in deep shit, because that's compromising you from having legal protection in case you have an emergency. He goes, we wouldn't do that. I said, so how do you think that could have happened? I said, you think I was hacked? I said, because my phone is hacked. I said, they seem to get into my emails on this phone and watch everything. So guess what? There's no other conclusion to me of why that all happened at the same time. Okay. So here, let me explain this. Before that, I'm getting attacked on my social media. Violated. I'm appealing the shit and I win. Restored. I go outside with my dog. They knew I was going outside. I said, I'm going to record it live. I'm going to do a live out there. I get out there. Normal day. All of a sudden, this guy comes along. He's waiting out now. He's yelling at us and telling me he's going to kill my dog and he's going to shoot me. And he's pointing a gun at me and my wife directly at us now. So then I tell him, I'm recording you, by the way. And my wife goes, God is going to punish you for this. And then when he knew I was recording, he started walking away from me. And then he goes, hey, send them to my fucking crib. He gives his address on film. Okay. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Send them there. You'll see what happened to you, motherfucker. Okay. So when I get home, like I said, I try to call the cops. This time I recorded it. I recorded it with another phone, and I showed it with the other phone exactly what was going on with 911. Now, while I was at the beach, I posted a short video allowing people on TikTok to know that me and my wife were in immediate danger and somebody has a gun pointed to us right now. And I need somebody to call the Brooklyn 911 60th precinct for me because they're not answering and I can't get through. I post that up and then I didn't even realize that she was on there and that got violated. You just put me, my wife, and the dog's lives in immediate danger, TikTok, by violating something where I was being assaulted live on camera, you dumb motherfuckers, okay? So I get home, I call the cops from here, finally got in touch with them. They show up. Detective came on, well, not a detective, a regular cop on the scene. He looked at the video and it took them a little while, but then he saw the guy lifted his hands up like this. He goes, there's the gun right there. He goes, let's pull that in. I gave him my phone. He pulled it in, screenshot it, sent it to his phone. He said, yep, that's a gun right there. Because they couldn't find a reason to charge him. He goes, if he's just pointing his finger, I can't charge him for that. He goes, I need to make an arrest. I said, here, take my phone and you look at it. And he zoomed in and he saw it. He saw him going like this, right at me, like this, pointing the fucking gun right at my face, man. Okay. Yeah. So they came and and I didn't hear nothing back from them after that. So today I called the freaking police station. I said, listen, my wife is scared to go outside now and so am I. I said, this guy could have followed me home. He might know where I live. He already put a gun to me yesterday. I said, did you make an arrest? Now, mind it, I've had plenty of problems with this police department because my ex had her mother call this police department. I have over 11 violations from my ex. They never did anything about it. I have petition violations filed in court. Never had anything done about it, okay? The court supervisor saw what my last attorney did, okay? She dismissed herself from my case. Send me an email, a legal, the legal.com where you fill out your information, stamped and notarized. She said, I want to dismiss myself from your case, and your next court date, you'll be appointed a lawyer. When I got to court, the judge goes, you signed to dismiss you agree with that? And I said, yeah, as long as I get another attorney. She goes, well, guess what? You signed that? You're not getting another attorney because you fired your attorney. I said, I didn't fire my attorney. She dismissed herself from my case. I got the email. What are you talking about? Then my attorney comes out and goes, Mr. Mantia is violating this order. I said, the order is not against me, Your Honor. She says he's violating this. And what he's doing is he's going to agencies that I did not advise him to. I told him, do not go to the FBI. I told him not to go to the cops. I told him not to do these things that I said. Number one, I had death threats. You don't tell me where to go. And she did. She wrote it. I got all the text messages. And then after that message, she contradicts herself and tells me, I said, listen, these are the death threats that just came in. She said, I told you that the New York PD are not going to go to California. They're not going to arrest her. They're not going to do nothing for you. You can go to other agencies, go to the federal government, go to other agencies, Mr. Mantia. You just told me in a message before that not to go to those agencies, and that if I do, I can get, I'll be violated. And then the next message you send me, you tell me to go to those agencies. And then you told the judge everything that you advised me to do, I didn't do. I said, number one, I went to those agencies before you got on the case, you dumbass.
Well, let me tell you.
Then she threatens me and she goes like this. I said, I have a witness for my case who is an attorney, a company attorney. You know what she says to me in an email? She messages me back and she goes, then you can use him for your case and I'll dismiss myself. I said, I just told you he's a witness. So then on, the last judge, listen to this. The last judge I had, Oreo. Did somebody knock on the door?
No, somebody slammed that door and started barking.
I thought I heard. Okay. Oreo, don't worry.
Well, here's something.
So real quick,
for
let me
what
finish
it's
this
worth.
up. Where was I? I was telling you something really important. It was really, really important, man. Damn it. I wish I didn't get distracted now.
Well, Oreo distracted you.
Well, just for what
Well,
Oh yeah. So she refuses, she refused to give me the attorney. But the lawyer, then I get a paperwork from the other side. Okay. Oh, he's gone. I'm gonna wait till he comes back.
no, let me fill Damien in on
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
the basis of all this.
Well, you've been on this with me for fucking years. You know about this. James knows everything.
Oh, aspetta. Paul's psycho ex has been sabotaging his clothing business for a long time now with the help of her lawyer mother. And they're from Ohio, but she turned out to be a real psychotic, a real nutcase, and she's been sabotaging his business. He owns Northern Lights tie-dyed. He makes very high-quality tie-dyed apparel. And she's been sabotaging it for years, and it's like it's sort of like if she can't have him and abuse him, no one else could have Paul. She's one of those people, and she just has to be stopped. But apparently her mother has a lot of connections, and that's why she's able to, influence people from all over, and this is what Paul's been going through, and he had no choice but to go to the FBI. So that's the whole thing in an oyster shell. That's how it all started. So at least, yeah.
Right. Well, just for what it's worth. Okay, so I explained about how we need to move this to a sovereign jurisdiction where we're operating under the law of the land, sovereign law, as compared to admiralty corporate law. But here's a bit of a conundrum that we're going to be running into with all of this. So since this is all operating under admiralty corporate law, you got to get all of the oaths of office of anyone who's involved. So if you are any officer of the legislative, the executive, or the judicial branches of government, you have to take an oath to uphold and protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. That's only for federal. Now, for the state level, you have to get their oaths of office for the particular state that they swore an oath to protect and defend the state constitution, plus the federal constitution. But when you go to find these oaths of office, you're going to find that, yeah, these oaths of office are to a constitution, but not to our constitution and not to our laws. So this is basically corporate entities acting as government. Well, that's impersonating an officer of the legislature or the executive or the judicial. So it's all just one big fraud anyway. So unless you can find some jurisdiction to move this to, I don't really see a whole big point of which to go about this. And lastly, all individuals who take an oath are bonded. So they have what is known as a public surety bond. So yeah, they can want to claim sovereign immunity, or the state may give them sovereign immunity, or the feds might give them sovereign immunity, but it's not total. Yeah, you may not be able to sue them for this and for this and for that and for that civilly, but if you go after their bond, then they start changing their tune, because they know if their surety bond is pulled, or if there's any sort of claims against their bonds, they have to satisfy it. And if they get too many claims against their bonds, it's automatically pulled. No ifs, no ands, no buts. But what I'm also going to find very interesting is if you try to pull all of their information to see if they even have an oath of office. If they have no oath of office, legally cannot be in that position. And if they have no public surety bond, they cannot legally be in that position. So you might be in a very, very, very tangibly actionable position here. You just, on top of what you're going through.
Right.
Now, this lawyer that is trying to get past the bar in New York to take your case is this lawyer from Washington D.C. or Washington State?
Washington State.
Okay, gotcha. So they're a lawyer in Washington State, and they've been following you for a few years now on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
And the individual really wants to take your case and says that they want to pass the bar in New York. I mean,
I don't trust anybody anymore until I see them do it, because talk is cheap. Action speaks louder than words. You show me action that you're doing it, then you got to show me. I'm a show me type of person.
yeah. Well, the person
No.
to take
bars,
yeah.
because the bar, it stands for British Accredited Royalties, something or another. So they're not pledging allegiance, or their oath is not even to us, the American people. Their allegiance is to the crown. They're to do what's best in the crown's interest. So to get a bar certified attorney or someone that's part of the bar, that's going to be a whole other problem in itself, because, like, again, it's trying to establish proper jurisdiction in which to operate this under. But so far, I'm not really seeing any way this
Well,
can
that
be
just
done.
means they can legally practice law in the state of New York. That's all. I mean,
right, but again, they can practice New York, but again, if they don't have an oath or a surety bond, but even the bar is to the British royal crown, not to the American people, that's a whole other conundrum in of itself. So I gotta run inside. I'll probably hop on here
all
in
right,
just a little
do
bit.
what you gotta do.
I'll hear in a little bit, but yeah, don't take any of this as legal advice.
Right.
This is just information and just generalized
No,
education.
I'm listening to you, because but I did make a phone call to the bar, and being that there's certain agencies involved that I can't mention right now, I think you know who that is. Certain agencies are involved, and I spoke to them, and they said go to the bar and report that judge. And they said, and make sure you give them your case number with us too. So,
all right,
so it's a pretty serious case, because my life has been
yes,
I've been set up, and I've been thrown downstairs, ran over. A lot of shit has happened. So.
right.
And I know where it came from. I know it was
And on top of all that, what happened to your eye? You need this aggravation like a hole in the head. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I had an accident in the apartment last year in my right eye, and I'm dealing with two different incidents now. It's just not right, and I have these people attacking me when I can't. I'm trying to heal, and yet they're attacking me. It's like you don't have nowhere to turn. You know what I mean?
When
And then you got them telling you, oh, just because you don't see anything going on the outside, don't think anything ain't going on the inside. I understand what that means. And I understand that they can't tell us certain things because they don't want the other side or me to slip and say something,
Right.
So it makes sense when you're doing an investigation, because you don't want the other side to know what you're looking at and who you're looking at and what you're doing, so that this way they don't try to run, or, they might try to harm somebody, like me, you know what I'm saying? Because they figured, oh, I'm going to go to jail anyway, so I might as well fucking kill him anyway,
Well, when is the settlement out of court for your eye injury to take place for the?
Oh, that's listen to this shit, man. They got the inspectors came here, and the inspector violated this building again and again and again. She was pissed. She was like, wow, the ceiling that fell in your eye, they still didn't fix that. She said there's still cracks in the freaking walls. She said, oh, I'm writing them up. That's it. So she wrote them up, and all that paperwork went over to my lawyer, because the state sent it to them. And my lawyer got it, and when he called, he goes, listen, he said, it's going to be a little bit of time with this case. We're looking at about a little bit over a year, maybe. He said, because your attorney, my paralegals told me, your attorney has decided to take them to trial because they still violated, and he feels taking it to trial will be a lot better. We'll get a lot more money that way. I mean, even though they were suing for, a good, 4.8 million, look, I'm happy with freaking 200,000, man, so I can go after her, because I'm going to hire a federal attorney, and I'm going to take her downtown, man.
I mean, the arrogance of the owners of that building, just scoffing at the law, ignoring the law, not caring. means
Yeah, I don't. You already know, James. I can. I know money makes the world go round, but that's not what I'm about. Honestly, I'm happy. I'm happy. I can give a
James,
fuck less
were you
about it,
saying
but I gotta
something?
eat. I gotta eat. And now she took my only income. They took. I can't pay my phone bill now. I'm not gonna be able to pay my fucking internet bill. How am I supposed to do those things when I'm disabled? I'm going to see social security doctors. They got me doing all kinds of shit. I got other appointments that, I'm getting my whole spine and my neck realigned because that fall fucked me up, man. I have discs sticking out of my neck, man. I went there. You got to see. Look, you think I'm kidding? Let me show you what they got to do to me, man. Have you ever seen this?
herniated discs you have?
Look at this on my back.
Let me see.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see.
Sticking out.
All right, you see that or no? Yeah, Valerie, can you? Oh, she's sleeping. Hold on. Let me. Hold on a minute.
You gotta go to a chiropractor.
No, I am going to a chiropractor. I have a doctor. Do you see that on my back?
Oh, yeah. What is that?
That's called suction. That means that
you're
my
getting
neck. He cracked my neck. He literally cracked it. He said your neck is so out of alignment.
You're getting
Out of alignment.
You're getting moxibustion. They call that. It's hundreds of.
Oh yeah.
It's thousands of years old. It's a therapy.
No, I know. I'm getting that done, but he's doing it for another reason because my neck. You know what happened? Like the bones, they crushed together, and there's no gases in there.
Well,
you see, and it's supposed to be open like this, not closed.
You have
So what's going on is they're rubbing together, and every time I turn my neck, it feels I have ligaments pulling down here.
Yeah.
They're pulling every time, and I hear it go.
There's a pad in between every vertebrae. There's a pad,
Yep.
like a cushion, and there's fluid in there, and
Yeah, exactly. The fluid. So what happened was I don't get the gases no more. And what he did was first he cracked my neck and put it back into alignment. Okay. He's got multiple. I got to see him for 6 months. Okay. Once a week for 6 months. So then what he did is he took the suction cups after he did that. And he explains to me exactly what he's doing. He said, I'm doing this treatment in this way because what we have to do is we got to bring blood. We have to bring blood flow up to the wounded areas, the neck, so you have blood flow. You understand? Because there's no blood flow there. And he said, we have to let the blood flow back up that way. So I'm going to get various treatments like this. And it's not only my neck, James. It starts at my neck. It goes down to the shoulder. It goes down to both right legs. I have tingling and numbness. My fingers are cramping up like this when I'm playing piano. It's not good. But he did say one thing. He's been doing this 30 years. My lawyer, they had suggested me to a doctor. My insurance would not pay for this doctor right here because he's a top specialist. So he decided, well, this guy is so badly damaged that I'm going to take him and I'll put a lien against the lawsuit. And that's it. He just put a lien against it. And let me tell you, they know the case is valuable. They know the case is definitely, they already got this case. A doctor would not put a lien against your case unless they know you're going to get paid.
I wonder if he's an osteopath.
But now I got to deal with all this shit. He's a neurologist and a chiropractor.
Yeah.
He takes care of everything, man. That's why I was like, I want one doctor that can handle it. I don't want to go to multiple. I want one doctor that's experienced.
He might be an osteopath because he could prescribe medications also.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah,
he's full,
regular chiropractic.
Well, I'll tell you what, after this guy did that, you know what he said to me? He goes, listen, I'm gonna snap your neck back into where it needs to be. He said, after I do that, he goes, trust me, you'll feel the difference. And I did. When I left there, when I turned my neck now, I got no crackling. There's no crackling. I don't have anything pulling right here right now. I do feel on this side, but like he said, I'm going to be seeing him. Okay, 1 month is going to be for my neck.
What, he put you in a camel clutch? What did he do?
He did this one.
Yeah.
Like this. And then he put me in the, and then he was doing some shit like this, doing stuff like this and holding the back of my head and pushing and knocking the vertebrae back into place. But he said it's going to take a long while because my discs, I have an MRI on Friday. Okay. So I'm going. So see, the thing is, the whole point is here is having a medical doctor that's 30 years experience, well known in the freaking courtroom. He's stuck by patients that have been seriously injured, so they trust his word. So he's writing down his documentation on what's going on. And this Friday, I have an MRI, a full body MRI. So once they get the MRI done, the papers will get stamped on that. They'll see exactly what's going on, and then the chiropractor could start working on the parts that are damaged. He already knows what's damaged, but he said sometimes they can't tell with ligaments because that's inside. And he said the nerve damage, I definitely got severe nerve damage from this.
Well, this guy's a neurologist also, so that.
Oh yeah, he's great, man. I listen. Him and his wife, they run a beautiful establishment, and trust me, he said, when I'm done with you, I promise you'll be as good as new.
Where is he located?
Sheepshead Bay.
Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and you know what? His wife is Jewish in Ukraine, and he's you ready for this? He's Muslim, and he's Muslim. He's a really good doctor though, man. And I don't care what religion, what race you are. He came out and said, I don't believe in what other these people believe in. I believe in one God, Jesus, God. That's it. Done.
Well, he's also highly educated too.
Yeah.
You talk to somebody with education, and
well, my eye doctor used to work for Atlantic Records, man. And we discussed my music career. So I'm yeah, I get along with all my doctors. We just put it like that. He knows who I am.
Yeah. Well, listen. I'm sorry about your TikTok store being closed, but
it's not the store; it's the whole page. They banned my page, everything.
Right. So
I got the other page though. I got the other page with almost 12,000, but that page they destroyed that one too back in the past.
So all of your journalism, you can't do that anymore until they reinstate you. Your journalism, well, I'm just right now. I'm concerned with your bread and butter. You're selling, getting paid from TikTok.
Yeah, I was making a little bit of money to at least pay my bills to sustain me right now. And now they stress me out so bad by doing this. Now we're gonna be starving over this because that money that was coming in, even if it was like 500 a month coming in, okay, sometimes it would be 300, but it still paid my bills.
Well,
so she wants to make it look like she went and wrote, he doesn't even pay his bills. She wants to make it look like I can't pay my bills so she could go see Your Honor. He can't even pay his phone bill.
What's going on with selling your clothes to these stores, making tie-dye for all
Well, I got another scenario now. So I got another friend that's going to jump in and he's going to come here. I got my other TikTok. You remember the other second TikTok?
Yeah.
My Northern Lights tie-dye company store is on that TikTok.
Because you worked.
They took my monetization, James. My monetization. I get paid for my content. I get paid by affiliates for promoting their products. I've been to the TikTok shop and everything. My life was my page was pumping. I had contracts with partners from TikTok. They just destroyed my fucking business. And you know what? I'm taking them to court. I don't care.
What about the retail stores in New York that were carrying your tie-dye?
The problem with them is right now, nobody's making any money. A lot of stores are closing. A lot of stores are being robbed, man. A lot of people are being held up. There's more crime in the streets in this area now than you can think about, okay? I was the only one reporting the crime in this area now. The only one. Now these people don't have no news from anybody because nobody reports the crime here.
Thanks to Eric Adams. Yeah.
No, that's not Eric Adams. It's thanks to my, the attackers for having my page banned. Now the old people are going, hey, listen, where was your TikTok page? I said, well, they banned your area news reporter that reports news to you so you guys can watch out yourselves in the street. So you know what's going on and how to be careful. You know where there's train tracks falling down. You know where not to go. You had warnings from me, letting you know and helping the people out and building a safety team here. Okay. They banned that.
Yeah. Your journalism was helping a lot of people in Brooklyn, in that area.
Yep. And it saved a lot of people's lives. And you know what? She just put people's lives in danger by doing what they did.
Who?
No, his
Your
his
ex?
ex and
Okay. All
her.
right. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, by banning my page, I was the only one in this area warning people of what was going on, the fires. I even had like one of the cops that were on my TikTok. Hey, bro, there's a fire going on Brighton 7th. You want to go cover the story? Go cover it.
So what was the picture, Paul, you put on Facebook? You're in the subway with police, NYPD, and army guys.
Look like
Oh yeah,
National Guard.
yeah. They even took that picture. I was with the National Guard because I talked to them.
No, so
I was showing New York that the National Guard is out there protecting the subways.
But it's a New York National Guard, right?
New York National Guard, right?
Yeah, but I was telling them that you got to respect them because they're protecting our subways and protecting us, and it's the truth. And people were going, they're not on the subways. It's a lie. And I see them. I'm like, hey, I started talking to them.
They've been there for years.
Yeah, and no, they're not at that subway station. They haven't.
No, in Penn Station they have, right?
Yeah, but not in Brooklyn subway. They were in Brooklyn, okay, downtown Brooklyn in Flatbush, and I never seen them there.
They've been there for years.
Yeah, that's why all the.
Well, they were called in. They were called in for all the crime going on the subways because they know attacks are going on, and they're preparing. A lot of dead bodies have been found on the subways here. My friends work for the MTA. I know the supervisor. Yeah. Yep. I do a lot of graphic artwork, when I can. And now I can't, with this shit. I used to do a lot of graphic artwork for them. That's how I made my other income. But now the doctor restricted me.
Let me answer Western Mike. Western Mike, Arizona. The right wingers in Arizona want to turn back America to the 19th century. They brought back 1860. What was it? 1864 abortion law. I mean, come on, give me a break. They're out of their fucking minds.
1864.
Well, wait till you see what they're doing now, man. Shit.
They're out of their minds.
I know more shit that's going on right now, but now all those people, I was warning, man, they're in trouble, man.
Let me go get my shillelagh.
You know that, right, guys? Everybody that was warning on TikTok, I even told them that the fucking earthquake was going to hit before it hit. I told them on August 31st. I mean, on March,
August 31st?
March 31st. March 31st, I told everybody that we were going to get an earthquake, okay? I said, God is going to give you an earth shake. 6 days later, the earth shook. You remember we had an earthquake?
Yes, I know.
Well, you did. We didn't hear in Florida.
Well, I predicted it, and I didn't give him a date, but I told him that God was going to shake the earth.
We didn't have shit in
No,
Florida.
that was Mother Nature that shook the earth.
Maybe God is punishing your area, your little area up there.
That's Eric Adams with all the riffraff he's letting run around.
Well, either way, I knew it was coming. My dog knew it was coming. I posted it on TikTok. People came back to me and said, bro, you predicted that shit, man. You told us that there was going to be an earthquake in New York, man. I said, well,
James, did you know that Paul predicted?
Take it how you want it.
Yeah, he said it. He says he predicted the earth was going to shake.
Oh, that's not all I said. I said a lot of things, man. I predicted about 30 things this year.
Let's give Mr. Ronnie S. a chance to speak.
I was just gonna say, how come if you knew that Paul predicted the earthquake, why didn't you let me know?
Because I was thinking of other things like getting laid.
Do you want me to come on here and tell you my predictions?
No,
I don't have anything for you right now. It's going to be calm for the next couple of days.
Your prediction.
You should come on tomorrow, Paul.
Is that
Paul should come on the show tomorrow with you and the Commodore.
Now, I'm telling you something right now. I just gave you a premonition that I had.
I was going to cancel.
New Jersey better prepare, man, because you're going to get some serious fucking earthquakes, guys, because that's where it started. That fault line over there is not very good, man.
The epicenter was New Jersey.
Yeah, if you get a big earthquake, New Jersey's going to split in half.
The fault line is New York is the boroughs of New York are going to split. The fault line goes from Pennsylvania all the way up the northeast to New England, to Massachusetts.
The
And,
fault line goes to Massachusetts,
hey,
but
listen.
the epicenter was in Jersey.
Yo,
Though.
they felt that shit they felt it in other states, man.
Well, my sister works in Closter, New Jersey.
But I'm talking about fucking 16 hours away. James, go look it up. They felt it 16 hours away, man.
Where she works, it was the medical center was shaking.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to see my video, James. Wait till you guys see it. I didn't really
We
post the
saw
whole
it.
video.
We saw it, Paul.
No, we
Oh,
saw
yeah?
it. We saw it already. Yeah,
James sent the video to me. Actually.
I slept.
You know, I got stuck in the elevator, man. You know what? I was in the
Yeah,
elevator.
yeah, we saw it.
Oh, yo, that was scary, bro. I thought they bombed us.
I saw it.
I wasn't thinking about my prediction. All I was thinking about, oh shit, I know that Iran was threatening to hit us with nukes. I said, did they just fucking hit us? I said, oh shit. I'm going, how am I going to get out of this fucking elevator, man?
Iran doesn't have intercontinental ballistic missiles. They're not that advanced yet.
Yes, they are.
They got shit
No,
from China.
they're not.
No, they hit Israel with ballistic missiles. Look it up, man.
Israel's not the United States.
Israel
That's
is
a lot
close.
closer. Yeah.
Israel's a
Oh
lot.
yeah, they can't reach us, but they can. There's terroristic attacks going on around here, man. Yep, I think that we're gonna have a very bad summer, and I think that everybody, including you guys,
You mean it's not going to be?
You need to be very well vigilant and prepared, and have something to protect yourself.
Not going to be hot fun in the summertime this year?
Well, look what just happened to me, man. Okay, a nut sticking gun. Some guy set himself on fire in front of Trump.
I know. I saw that on the news, right in front of the court where Trump was being
Yeah, he set himself on fire, man. Like what?
What was the reasoning? Did they say?
He's probably
Nobody knows.
He was a MAGA fanatic, probably. You know,
And set himself on fire.
he was protesting that his beloved
What the
Trump.
fuck? That's crazy, man.
It is.
Listen,
crazy.
I don't want Biden. I don't want Trump. You know, I don't want any
Yeah,
of
but
them.
are you gonna set yourself on fire over it? What
No.
the fuck is that?
Yeah,
the
a
hell?
friend of mine sent me a photo, a video of a American soldier in
No, I saw
in Palestine.
in
I mean,
Palestine. Yeah,
in the Gaza.
that's serious shit because he felt terrible about how he was taking part in the killing of all the Palestinians.
Right, yeah, he was very distraught about the
That
children,
was a U.S. soldier.
the children dying, the babies
Yeah.
dying, and he set himself, poured gasoline on himself, and he
I'll
set
be right
himself on fire. I
This,
saw the
this,
video.
this type of shit happened in Vietnam, but the only difference is people back then actually cared. Nobody even cares now.
No.
A lot of people don't even know that happened.
No, you're right.
Can you give Oreo?
Anyway, I was going to cancel tomorrow's show because I
Say
really,
hi to Oreo.
hi Oreo.
She. This dog is crazy, man.
I really feel bad that the Commodore's wife has Hodgkin's lymphoma in different parts of her body. She's got
Hodgkin's disease?
it's cancer. She has tumors.
Isn't that what it's called, the Hodgkin's disease?
Yeah, no, it is Hodgkin's, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. In different areas, and for me to do a
We
show
take the stairs.
where me and him are like smiling and laughing, I just don't. I don't feel.
Did
right.
she just get diagnosed with that?
Yeah, she just got diagnosed. So I sent him the website to Cyberknife, which is the newest high-tech machine that can zap the cancer cell or the tumor without damaging surrounding area.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's going to the doctor and.
Well, she had an appointment last week for an oncologist. Oncologist. There he
Paul,
is.
you're in Brooklyn right now?
I lost service because I'm in a war building. This is a war building, so you can't get certain
Why do you
service
look
on
like you're in
floors.
Russia?
Where's your helmet?
Because I'm going to the store. I'm walking down the stairs. I'm trying to get exercise in my body, man.
You should get
But it hurts.
You look really cold.
You should get a field marshal helmet, like on Hogan's Heroes, with the spike on top of your head.
Oh, that's my hoodie.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, damn, man. See, I almost fell again, man, because my leg is fucked up. Look, I'll show you. They redoing the building, James. Look. Hey, James.
Yeah, I see.
A door. You see a door.
It looks like they painted.
They're redoing everything. It looks nice. This is a nice building. Man, look at it.
The important thing
Good
is
shit.
that you get the do re mi. You need the scalora. You need the escarole. So you can get the hell out of that area where everybody's shooting guns left and right.
Well, I got some good news for you though, James. Check this out. So remember my aunt? You remember my aunt, James? So she walks past me and she stops and she goes, "Listen, can we just make amends and be family?" I said, "Well, I was waiting for you to do this, you know." No, I wanted her to do this. And I said in the book, listen, in God's word, okay, it doesn't matter if a person comes up and asks for forgiveness, you're supposed to forgive, make amends, and forget. And I do the right thing by the word. I don't care what anybody says, but now
you can't forget.
she
How can
told me some stuff. Listen, James,
No,
she
it's
gave
not,
me
no,
some
not
information.
for.
She said
That's
that
not
my
true.
ex.
It's not forget. Forgive, but not forget.
All right, but
nobody
still,
forgets. Forgives, yes. Forgive, yes.
well, you can't. You're right, but let me put it like this. She told me some information that I really needed. I thought it was her. She said it wasn't me. It was your ex. I said, so you know everybody in Brooklyn, Aunt Patty. You're my mother's sister. I said, are you going to help me? She goes, yes. She said, but she said, I don't want to be on social media with you. I don't want nobody to know anything. We come in silence.
Okay. All right.
I told her what she was doing to me and what she did. And she came up to me. She said, honestly, you and your fiance, you look great. She said, you know, both of you came up a long way from 5 years ago. You know, I put on weight, man. You know, I'm looking good now. So
I'll be honest with you. I'm really surprised that Ashley made it this far in her life without causing some guy to snap on her. You know what I mean?
well, I'm not talking about it. You're talking about her. So I'm not allowed to talk about this. But if you want, you can. No, you can. Yo, listen, I'm going to tell you something. There's a media channel that contacted me yesterday and they seen what they were doing to my page yesterday. He said, listen, I can talk about whatever I want because there ain't no fucking gag order and this is a public situation. You're being attacked. He said, I'm making videos right now and I'm posting it and I'm saying that they banned your page over something you didn't even fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
So now they got lawyers that are making videos and they're going to go up there and start talking about it. Hey, look, the court making themselves look bad. That's it, by doing what they're doing.
But why do you need? I don't understand. You have such a super mega powerful case. Why do you need to wait for a lawyer in Washington State to pass?
Oh, I don't have to. I don't have to wait. I don't have to wait. He's saying for another case. He said, fuck the family case. He said he's gonna fight for me in civil and Supreme Courts.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
He's not charging me. He said, listen, I know you ain't got the money. He goes, I'm going after them for what they did to you.
Based on contingency, I don't understand why a high-level Manhattan law firm doesn't grab your case. I mean,
because you know why? Because there's too much conflict of interest in New York.
How is it a conflict of interest if you're the
I don't know what's wrong with these attorneys, but you know, honestly,
you're a super victim. You're a mega victim. You know,
it's okay because they're gonna wish they took the case.
Because there's so much.
It's okay. It's okay. Listen, James. Like I said, her mother knows a lot of attorneys, a lot of law firms, a lot of judges, just like they said. Okay, so I want you to just think about that for a moment. I can't bring anything else up because I cannot give up the evidence that I have. I won't give up any evidence that I have. I was told to keep my mouth shut on that part. I'm going to do what I was told by the people I was told to do that by, but not the court. This has nothing to do with the court. The court didn't tell me to keep my mouth shut on that. Somebody else told me to.
Don't say anything. Let me
One
talk.
second.
This is why her mother was able to finagle. Got it? She was able to
Fucking
finagle.
loud, man.
She was able to finagle because she has lots of connections.
They did it to me so I wouldn't have a summer selling my stuff because they heard my videos where I was telling them that I was going to be live in concert, okay, playing. I was going to be sitting down playing a concert. I explained to them that we were going to get married on that TikTok. So they made sure that they got that shit banned so I wouldn't be able to expand this summer. They made sure they kill my business right before the summertime.
Well,
Guess what? That's okay because I'm suing her. I'm taking her to court. I'm filing a lawsuit against Ashley.
All right, can we talk about something besides lawsuits?
Yeah, let me talk. They tried to screw your Christmas gift, and now they want to screw your summer.
Loud over here, man.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you, James.
I know.
Loud as hell, man.
Well, listen. When you're done, contact me when you're done.
What was he in the store?
God, he doesn't give me a chance to talk. Holy
Yeah.
crap! You would think he's the host of the show.
Well, he is when he's on.
Apparently.
Yeah, I think it was a lot tonight, man.
There's too much fucking noise.
Usually like, talking with Paul, but I think maybe he was on the juice tonight or something.
Yeah, now it's just too much fucking racket. Now he's in.
Oh, now he's with the train.
Now he's got the train, and he's in the bodega, whatever, the market, and he's not paying attention to a word I say. Actually, he doesn't pay attention to the word anybody says when he's in the house.
No, so it's worse if he's outside, though. It's worse.
Yeah, but it doesn't end. It's like nonstop, like drama. It just doesn't end with this guy.
Drama.
When he lived,
how many lawsuits does he have?
When he lived in Florida, it was drama. When he lived in Pennsylvania, when he lived in upstate New York, it's just like.
Yeah. I mean, I like Paul though. I don't want to talk too much shit.
No, I know. It's just that it either.
But he's one of those guys that attracts drama. Yeah.
He attracts it and he welcomes it into his life.
Yeah.
Because it takes two to dance the salsa.
It does.
You can't say I'm a victim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it gets to the point where, yeah, okay, you're a victim too many times.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's excessive. And then if he can come on and tell his story, but damn it, it's supposed to be my show. I'm trying to get you to give your input. I'm trying to get Damien.
Damien seemed well-rounded today.
Yeah,
he had a lot of input. Well, he's talking about lawyers, right? That's what he's talking about.
That's because he's trying to help out Paul. Now, Damien's coming back, but Damien was driving for DoorDash to make some extra money, and he's done. So he's going to go when he's home. He's going to come back, but he's another story. His wife and the kid, they're both royal pains in the ass.
Well, his kid should be getting older now, right?
Oh, here he is. Yeah, right, exactly. Oh, here's Damien. There you are.
Yeah, I'm back. I just hopped on my desktop compared to my phone.
Yeah, so Paul was just going bonkers. I had to remove him. He went outside shopping in some grocery store next to a train station, and the noise was just so high. I couldn't hear anything. I had to remove him. Yeah,
so James, I was watching AEW. What is it called tonight? Rampage or Dynamite?
Rampage. Yeah.
Rampage. I thought it ended at 10. Do they do it for 3 hours now, or they go to 11?
they keep on changing their time
It's
slot.
still on. It's still on right now.
When did they start at 8?
I didn't actually watch it from the beginning, so I'm not sure. Have you seen it, Damien?
I haven't watched.
No, I don't really watch that. But Kitten, what are you doing?
He's not a big
Not a wrestling fan.
pro wrestling guy.
Yeah.
No, and we got a new kitten that we took in, and he is being wild and rambunctious, and he's making a lot of noise outside my door.
How many cats do you have now?
5, including the kitten.
Yikes!
We got 2 male, 2 female, and then the kitten.
Yeah. Well, they go outside, right?
No, they're all indoor cats. Well, this kitten is indoor-outdoor for right now until later on this month, where he'll be a permanently indoor cat. So
Well, how do you manage the litter box with 5 indoor cats?
very diligently.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. You need a friggin' what do you call that? At Home Depot, they sell those big rectangular plastic bins for mixing cement.
Yeah. Nothing that big, as far as we're concerned. Kitten, stop doing that.
That's a lot of piss and
Now, Damien,
birds, man.
what makes you a dissenter, if I may ask?
What, is it not obvious?
He is
Because you don't come on video.
No, he comes on. He's come on before. No, he's a rebel with a cause.
Yep.
What's the cause?
The cause is lies from government, corruption, the oligarchy.
So what are you dissenting against exactly?
Anything and everything I choose to.
The government?
Like I said, anything I choose to, question mark.
Choose, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Damien and myself we're anti-establishment people.
Are you like punks?
Punks? No, he's no punk. No,
Well,
no.
like what is it?
Punks.
Like,
what do you mean by punk?
the early '80s, like punk rock kind of thing.
No.
No.
I mean, he likes rock. He likes
Well,
heavy
that's anti-establishment, right?
Well, yeah, but there's a difference. Those guys didn't know their ass from their elbow back then. You know, Damien,
Some of them are pretty smart.
Damien is a fountain of lots of information.
And probably information I should not have, but I have it anyway.
A lot of stuff about lawyers, you know.
Not just lawyers. a lot of things going on.
So the
That
bar
we don't
association is, what is it?
know.
British.
High-level government.
British. What is the AR?
Yeah, British accredited royalties or something like that. Can't
Yeah, it's
remember
fucked
off the
up,
bat.
man. I believe it though. I think I've heard that before, something like that.
Yeah, their allegiance is to the crown.
And that's why they're after their name they put Esquire, which is an English title, right?
Right. See, they try to make it appear as though that it's operating under English or American common law, but in reality it's not. And like I was saying, giving that specific United States Code, Title 283002 15A, when it defines the United States as a federal corporation, that was a result of the Organic Act of 1871, shortly after the United States Civil War had ended, and martial law was never really formally ended after the Civil War. And we had the ratification of the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendments.
Yeah, under like military occupation at the time.
Well, they were ratified under duress. Well,
right.
Anything that's ratified under duress is technically null and void.
Sure.
Tennessee adopted
You would think so, yeah.
Tennessee adopted it under the threat of military occupation. Our state was never occupied militarily because we have something in our state constitution which prevents any sort of military occupancy or any sort of martial law. So if they would have tried to have come in and people would have rose up and fought against the occupation, it would have been constitutionally justified on the state level.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, as a result of the Organic Act of 1871...
So what is the
that's what set it
Organic
all
Act,
up.
though? What exactly is that?
So the Organic Act of 1871 established what is known as the District of Columbia, that 10 square mile that was taken from...
Yeah, from Maryland and Virginia, right?
Right. So what it inadvertently did was it created an autonomous zone, an autonomous district,
Mhm.
which is supposed to be the seat of government, but it doesn't belong to any particular state because while that is constitutionally legal, it was set up that way because if you read the Constitution originally, that's where it was supposed to be because that was the center point between the northern and the southern colonies.
Mhm.
But where it set up a corporate government and it established government under the guise of a corporation, that's what made it unconstitutional because a human being and a corporation cannot be the same thing in law because one is alive and the other is dead.
Okay.
And anything that is a non-living entity like property...
But there's also like the law that says a corporation has the same rights as a person, right?
Yeah, the Supreme Court issued a ruling saying that the Supreme... Well, yeah.
When was that? What year was that?
That's a good question.
Like the 30s? Was that under like Roosevelt?
Wouldn't surprise me because I know FDR gets praised as a progressive liberal and did all these great things for
Mhm.
America, but in reality
He was really
didn't.
bad for civil liberties, right?
Right, but he expanded the size of government and he really brought the
tremendously.
corporation to the forefront.
Right.
So while the Supreme Court does say that corporations are people and money is free speech, they cannot be because you're either alive or you are dead in law.
Mhm.
There is no hybrid in between like, well, you're sort of alive, well, you're sort of dead. No, that's not even close to how that works. That's why corporations or anything that is considered a piece of property or a dead entity in law has to have some sort of executor to execute actions on behalf of a particular entity. So,
Like a
case
trust.
in point.
Like a trust has an executor.
Exactly. So,
Trustee.
yeah, the way that it's supposed to be set up under American and English common law is the only reason why government is supposed to exist is because, well, we consent to it by a contract.
I mean, that's like John Locke shit, man.
Right.
But
The
that's not,
contractual nature.
obviously, it's not really how it worked out.
Well, the Constitution only applies to government. It does not apply to the people, although the people ultimately have all the power
Mhm.
and can alter or abolish.
The Constitution is supposed to
all of it.
apply to the federal government. That's what it applies to. Not it has nothing to do with the state governments. Nothing to do with the people, actually, right?
Well, the federal applies to both federal and the states. The state constitution only applies to the state unless there's a supremacy clause. Now, where do you find where one stops and the other begins, or where there's a shared overlap?
Yeah.
So, if it's specifically in the federal constitution via the supremacy clause, then the federal government is supreme in that regard, and that's the supreme law of the land. No state can deviate.
So what would you
from it.
give as an example of that?
And that's what I'm getting to fully explain it so you understand the whole point. So when you look at the supremacy clause, which is Article 6, Section 2 of the federal constitution, that lays out exactly how the federal constitution is the supreme law of the land. Now, if it's here from Article 1, Section 1 to the 27th Amendment, all of that is the supreme law of the land. Now, if it is not there, then revert to Amendments 9 and 10, the 9th and 10th Amendments.
Yeah, where it says like whatever's not mentioned here will go to the states, basically.
And to the people. Well, the Ninth Amendment is rights not specifically delegated here or rights not recognized here are reserved to the states and the people. Oh, no, they retain the powers. But the 10th Amendment is any powers not delegated here are reserved to the states and the people respectively. So, what were you wanting an example on?
I forgot what I asked at the time. What was
So if you want proof that you are considered a piece
No,
of
not
property,
proof. I'm just saying like an example, not necessarily proof.
well, if you look at your particular document,
I forgot why I even said that. Yeah, sorry.
Well, if you look at your documents that you have, it could be your birth certificate, it can be your marriage certificate, it can be your
Yeah. So
government issue ID.
anything issued from the government. But what about something issued by a church, like a baptism certificate, or even a marriage certificate? Because you might not get a certificate from the government.
Well, look at the way that you are addressed on government issued documents, and especially if it's a court document, you'll notice that you are addressed as an all block capped name.
Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah. No, that's how the IRS does it too. It's all caps.
That is how you are identified as a piece of property in law and as a non-living entity
you're a
in law.
taxpayer. Yeah, right.
Well, not just a taxpayer. You are considered property. You are considered dead in law.
Sure.
That's why it's all block capped.
Especially
and even on a tombstone, it's all block capped.
On a tombstone, and especially if you join the military.
Yep.
You're 100% property of the state with no questions asked.
Mm-hmm. So, if you want to regain your sovereignty back as a sovereign being, they say that there's like all sorts of paperwork you can sign, but that's not how you do it.
Yeah, I was showing some really great articles about the hydrogen engines that are being produced by Kia, Hyundai, Honda, and Toyota, and they apparently took the bugs out of it compared to the unstable hydrogen powered engines of the past. Not to say that gas is not unstable, but yeah, they definitely are making it work very much more efficiently now. Well, what I didn't like is the article I read about the big rig hydrogen powered truck by the statement made by the Cummins motor company, saying that they will not be producing a hydrogen powered tractor until 2000. What the hell is it? 2050, and I said that's a load of bullshit because Japan and Korea are already mass producing the engines for cars.
Right.
So how the hell, why does it take so long for an American company to produce a big truck hydrogen engine coming out in 2050? So I automatically says, well, maybe they're in bed with big oil.
True, but you also have to consider what types of engines Cummins is known for. They're diesel manufacturers, so I'm not exactly sure how many they make. I know that diesel is definitely a necessity until some sort of viable alternative.
Yeah, but they're testing. I'll send you the article. They're testing a prototype,
right?
A hydrogen powered Cummins engine tractor, and why the long delay if Asia is already mass producing the ones for cars, because they can come out with one with no problem for a tractor. But it's funny how the American company is holding off on it.
Well, you also have to consider how many diesel engines have been made and how much of the industry is based solely on diesel. So, in order to have all these new hydrogen powered engines come out, there's going to have to be a lot of finance capital available to go ahead and convert all of them. And they're either going to have to really show that hydrogen is a very solid alternative to diesel, because the reason why you have to have a diesel engine for things like hauling and towing is diesel is really good because it has a lot of torque, which gives the ability to haul and to tow things. So if they can show that these hydrogen engines can produce a lot of torque, if not more than a diesel, and can be a very viable option to convert to economically, then I don't really see what the issues are. It's just, have they really perfected this hydrogen prototype?
Yeah, well,
what are we talking about now? Hydrogen?
The hydrogen engines that are being mass produced for cars, but it was an article based on a hydrogen tractor, like by the Cummins engine, the Cummins Motor Company, and they specialize in diesel. Yeah, well, torque. When you say torque, it's like a dump truck hauls a lot of tons. You know, like a dump truck, a cement truck, or even a tractor, tractor trailer, big rig. You know, you're talking about a lot of weight. So I hear what you're saying. And there's a big difference between an automobile powered by a hydrogen hybrid, which is even better than a regular hydrogen powered engine, because then the engine produces electricity to charge the lithium ion battery.
Right. So if they can work out the kinks and the bugs and show that the hydrogen engine can produce a lot of torque and can be much more viable as compared to diesel, while there may be some more upfront expenses they could pay off in the long run, but that could be the hesitancy. Is, I know it's a new technology, at least publicly it's a new technology. They've had this technology for years, probably at least 20 to 50 years ahead of us. So we'll see. I'm not going to say that it's going to be great, but I'm not going to say it's not going to be great either. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Remember Mazda? Well, you were probably a little boy when they did it, but Mazda was advertising the rotary engine instead of the pistons. It was like a triangular rotor that spin. All right, that engine was invented by, I think, a German named Wankel.
Wanker?
They called it the Wankel rotary engine during World War II. So
Wanker or
Wankel, you know, like Wankel, and then many decades later, Mazda decided to work on it, and they came out with it, and didn't work. It didn't go well for some reason, and they reverted back to the pistons. But that's an example of an old technology. The electric vehicle, I mean, God, in the 1920s, when they were making Model T Fords and Model A's, there was an electric vehicle back then in the 1920s. And the car wasn't slow. It moved.
Right.
You know, I saw like videos of it, you know, it moves. And so a lot of technologies are very old.
Yeah, so what electric can be good for is it delivers instantaneous speed and power. So that's why when you see a Tesla and they can smoke a really high-end supercar, now you know why, because with electricity, as compared to gas or diesel, where you have to have all of these components working together to make a spark, and then for all that energy to move the vehicle. Electric cars can do it instantaneously. That's why to make gas or diesel vehicles faster for drag racing, they install anti-lag, and that's why when you see them pop or shoot flames out of the exhaust pipe, it's anti-lag.
All right, guys, can we change the subject?
Yeah. Oh, so where were we when we were talking about that? Oh, yeah. So how would you address your sovereign status back into law? So I know there's a lot of scammers out there that will say, sign this affidavit of repudiation of your U.S. citizenship or blah, 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 blah.
Wait, Damien. Don't get too into that either.
Well, I'm just explaining how this works.
How would you explain your sovereign status?
Yeah, how to explain your
All right.
sovereign status back into law. So whenever you are addressed legally, like I say, you go to court and they ask, is so-and-so here? Well, what they are asking is if your all block cap name is here, and inadvertently that is your strawman corporation account.
Okay.
That's what most people don't realize.
Well, is
Your
it what's on your birth certificate? Is that where they get that?
Yes. And your birth certificate, believe it or not, has a QSIP number attached to it.
Something interesting, Damien, you probably know, is that so now every time you're like a baby's born, they're given a social security number.
Yeah.
That didn't used to be the case, right? That didn't used to be the case.
1933 is when that changed.
Well, no. That's when Social Security first started. But people even born, like my mom was born in like the late 50s. She wasn't given a Social Security number when she was born. She had to go and get one when she was a teenager, like when she was going to go get a job. Did you know that?
Interesting. So, yeah, when they instituted Social Security, that's what ultimately set up all of the...
Yeah. Like the Act, Social Security Act, like started a whole bunch of shit. But
it started up.
You actually being given a number as soon as you're born, that didn't start until later on, maybe like the 70s.
Yeah, but ultimately that's what set you up as collateral and chattel of the United States corporation, because it set up your strawman account. On your birth certificate, where it has a QSIP number attached to it, if you were to actually look at what your birth certificate is on, it's on bond paper. So you are, from birth, bonded and insured via SistyQV trust account. And there's videos on TikTok that you can look up on how to find out how much your birth certificate is actually worth, how much you are worth. And there's multiple ways to get different QSIP numbers attached to it. So when you're born, from ages 0 to 18, nothing happens with that SistyQV trust account. Now, when you turn 18 is when it was, and I put the use of the word was, it's no longer, and I can explain why. It was traded on the open market to see how much money you were going to create throughout the entirety of your life. Now, if you went into the military, you would get an additional QSIP number attached to your birth certificate. If you got a college degree, you would get an additional QSIP number attached to your birth certificate. And if you also went into law enforcement, then you would also get another QSIP number attached to your birth certificate. So once you type in that QSIP number, it's through some bond company. I can't remember which one right off the bat, but once you type in that number, it will explain everything.
Davey, not to cut you off, but real quick, I'm not going to be the only guy on camera here.
My webcam is messed up. That's why I'm just on the mic.
So, I mean, at least if James is on, it's cool, but I'm not going to be the only guy on camera.
Why? What's tonight? You don't feel well tonight?
Well, I don't want to talk to, circles that have things coming out.
Circles. What about an avatar? Would you talk to an avatar?
No.
Pulsating?
No. Would you?
if we were all avatars.
No, I don't want to do it. I don't like that shit.
Well, I was gonna go lie down
I mean,
and talk to you guys.
one guy is enough, but I'm not gonna do.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I was gonna talk to you from me lying on my back. Anyway.
Well, I mean, my webcam does work. The mic works. It's just the video needs some reconfiguration. It's very blurry, and it would give you a headache.
Are you you're on your desktop where you do your gaming, right?
Yep.
Okay, so you still have the Samsung tablet?
I do, but I haven't used it in forever, and it requires a lot of updates. So I don't want to go over and get it right now. And plus, I don't even know if the battery's even charged. I haven't used it in so long.
You probably have a load of Windows. Yeah, Windows. What do you have? Windows 10 on there?
Windows
yeah.
XP.
No, that's old. XT.
XP is the first Windows I ever had as a kid.
Yeah, that's old. That's old.
Did you ever have that? Damien probably knows about that, right?
Yeah, he knows.
He knows. So get back to what it was I was telling you. So how do you reclaim it in law? And this is what's going to be.
We don't have to go on about this too much, Damien.
This is like the last thing, and this is a nice way to wrap everything up, so that way everything's presented in its entirety. So you're not just getting the information; you know how to actually use this information, just in case the need were to ever arise. So whenever you go to court and the judge asks, is so and so here? So you're being addressed by your all cap name. So you don't say anything. You say, "I am the sole beneficiary and the trustee," or the trustee of the estate of your name. Then that way that establishes your sovereign status. And then, depending upon what it is you're in court for, whether it's a criminal matter or a civil matter, you ask, okay, is this going to be a criminal case or a civil case? So then once it's made clear as to whether it's criminal or it's civil, then you ask, okay, are we trying this under common law, sovereign law, or are we trying this under corporate America?
No, Damien, have you ever done this? Like tried it out in practice?
I've never had to, but there's plenty of videos of.
You've never had to, and
I've never had to, but if you go online and do some research,
I doubt that the judge is going to have patience for this.
No, hold on,
and they're going to say, "Okay, arrest this guy."
No.
Nobody cares, man. Nobody cares.
Well, we're getting there. Hold on. What I was telling you is you can go online and find actual videos of people applying this in court and winning cases this way. Now, the last point is...
It's not going to happen to the average man, though. I'll tell you that right now. It's just not going to work.
It is happening, and it's working. But anyway...
What's your opinion, James, on that?
Well,
you go to the county court or whatever, they're not going to...
But if you'd actually let me finish, you might learn something on top of what it is I've told you. So, then once you ask, okay, jurisdiction-wise, so if they were to say, how do you plead? Well, when you enter in a plea, that means you have agreed to be prosecuted. Well,
of course, yeah.
If you enter no plea, you don't say anything. You don't say guilty, not guilty, no contest, or stand moot. You just ask the nature of the charges, ask who is the complaining witness, and was there any harm to persons or property in any capacity? Well, if there is no injured party and there was no damages to persons or property, the case cannot go forward. And they can't enter in a plea on your behalf and they can't arrest you because, well, there's no case to be had. If there's no case to be had, the whole thing has to be tossed.
So what kind of case would this be? Like, for example, there's just
any criminal or
just
civil.
An example.
Any criminal or civil, you can apply it to both.
But all right, so you're asking is there no damage to property?
No harm to persons and no harm to property. Who is the verified complaint? Who actually signed and actually wrote the verified criminal complaint?
Right.
And what was the damages done to either their person or their property? Well, if there wasn't, then there is no case to be had. So if they were to try to take you to court, for example, a traffic violation, they want to say, you violated this ordinance or this statute.
What would be like you ran a red light? Is that one?
Okay, so if you run a red light, harm to persons or property, then sorry, no case.
Right.
Now, if you ran
Yeah,
the
so
red
obviously,
light,
if you're in an accident, that's
now if you're in an accident and there was harm
a
to
different
persons or
different
property,
case altogether.
then that's well, then that would establish because you ran the red light, you acted negligently. Then,
Right.
since that action caused harm to persons or property,
Mhm.
then there's a case.
Okay. So you run a red light and there's no harm to any property.
Right.
So, okay, in that case,
Then they can
what are
try
you
to say,
saying to do then?
well,
So that would be an example for what you're saying, right?
yeah, that's a really good example. But
Okay.
what they're going to say is that you violated this statute, this code. Well, sorry to burst their bubbles, but a statute
A
or an
statute.
ordinance is not a law. Look up the
Right.
differences in the way they are
I mean,
defined in law. They are not the same
Damien, you
thing.
know where this came up a lot during the COVID days, where there would be a local government issuing an ordinance to wear a mask, and then it was coming up, oh well, an ordinance is not a real law, or like
Exactly.
you don't have to listen to that. Like I remember hearing that as a legal thing.
If there is to be a law, then it can only be done by the legislature.
Mhm.
They are the
Mhm.
lawmakers. And
Right.
whenever they put something into law, there has to be an enactment clause. If there is no
Mhm.
enactment clause
In the
attached to it,
legislature of, let's say, a city, just a small, not necessarily a small city, but a small government, entity, decide. So they have like a city council, right? That would be their
Mhm.
legislature,
yes. So if there's any sort of
or that would be
lawmaking
their
body,
executive branch.
that's a legislature.
What about the ordinance that says I can't have chickens to raise my own fresh eggs?
Yeah.
That's an ordinance, right?
That could be an ordinance. Oh, yeah, exactly. It's not a law.
So Damien's saying an ordinance is not enforceable.
Unless you consent to it by establishing jurisdiction, which is what I was explaining, that if you enter in a plea and agree to your strawman corporate account, then you can be subject to an ordinance or a statute. But if you do not, then you are not subject to it because they have not established jurisdiction. It's all a matter of jurisdiction.
Yeah, I'm following you.
Okay. Well, not to change the subject, but I will. Mr. Ronnie S. in Clearwater, Florida.
That's me.
It's you. I know. Did you know that that the woman Lana that was married to Rusev, they
Yeah.
split up.
What happened to her? Don't tell me she killed herself or something.
No, they split up
Okay.
for 2 months now, and she's dating Damian Priest already.
Damian Priest.
Yeah, the what do you call it?
He was
he
like
had
the
the money
vampire
in the
guy?
bank suitcase, and he pinned.
Was he like a vampire guy?
No, well, kind of. He's with the Judgment Day.
Okay, yeah. With Dominic.
Dominic, right? And he had the money in the bank briefcase.
Yeah.
Cashed in.
So
on Drew McIntyre.
Lana's
Anyway,
dating him. Okay.
already. It's not even 2 months since you broke off.
Now
with
is she in
Rusev.
any wrestling company, or she's totally out of it now?
No, she's out of the WWE.
Is she in AEW?
She might be in Impact. I'm not sure what she's doing. No, she's not in AEW. But it's like she just broke up with her husband for 2 months, and already she's with Damian Priest.
I don't think it's that hard to believe.
No, well, in that business, women, the morals are very loose.
I mean, the morals in society as a whole, as I'm sure Damien would agree with, are gone. So
Yeah, well,
it doesn't matter what business you're in.
considering how beautiful she is.
Yeah.
I guess I don't blame Damien. I blame her for.
No, I'm saying Damien the dissenter would probably agree.
Oh, that Damien.
Yeah,
Not the wrestler. Okay. You mean the morals of today's society are
yeah,
out the window.
Yeah, gone.
Yeah, I would say that. They're forcing children, from what I understand, grammar school children to learn about transgenders
Yep.
and gays,
Encouraging it.
Yeah, that is just pure sickening.
and
Yep.
lesbians and
Yeah,
such.
it's pretty horrible, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to do that as an adult and with consenting adults, fine. But
Yeah.
children, keep the children out of that.
Sick.
I mean, these are grammar school age children. Let them have a fucking childhood, for God's
Exactly.
sake. I mean, childhood is like this Chinese girl was showing that in China they teach very young children that look like they might be in like first, second, third grade, and even kindergarten. They're teaching them a vocation, a skill. These kids shouldn't have to worry about learning a skill, a job.
Well, I think that's less of an egregious sin
it's a lot worse.
than what we're doing here in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, let the
by
kids,
if you're gonna teach them a job, is a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
less worse than telling them to change their sex.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I saw the kids. They look like they're in like 5 years old, 1 years old. I mean, 5 years old, 6, 7 years old. They're really young. Let children have a childhood. Let them enjoy their childhood, because childhood doesn't last that long. They got their whole lives to be miserable as an adult. They have their whole lives to be miserable. Let them.
Well, the Chinese are technically communist, right? So like,
Well,
they have their thing about where they want you to work. And it's understandable if that's what their
that's
society
because
is.
they have such a huge population that they could build a bridge.
But
like
there's
the
no
infrastructure.
excuse for what's going on right here in the United States.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just horrible, man. It's just sicko shit. What kind of exam? I mean, what is wrong with this country, man?
What
the fuck ever happened over here?
Why must grammar school learn about that? Why?
How Western Michael doesn't want to show his face. Like, come on, guys, what's going on here tonight?
He's shy.
Mike, you have your own show. You do a show on your own channel. You can't come on somebody else's channel and have your camera on.
Okay, there you go. Now,
all right.
So was that so bad? I mean, why can't you keep that?
I'm lazy. Okay.
No,
lazy.
Lazy
No.
nothing. Like, what does that mean? You're lazy.
No,
You're
we
lazy
like
to
this.
turn the camera on.
Mike, we like your planetarium. I like your planetarium.
You'll see it.
I'll see it. All right.
Well, we don't see it now. We don't see anything.
What is that, Damien?
But you will.
Dissenter Damien. What was that song we used to sing when Mike was on? Girls, girls, girls. Da, 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 da.
Oh, the song by Motley Crue. But if they
Yeah.
wrote that song today instead of girls, 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 it would be thems, thems, thems.
Western Mike, come on.
Okay, Western Mike.
Dissenter Damien said he has a dirty camera. So
March
that's
of the Wooden Soldiers. Let's go, everybody. No, he's got a
fucked up camera. But what's your excuse, Western Mike?
What do you,
well, maybe that's
what are you
impacting
high? You
millions of
smoke
users.
some weed, so now you're too nervous to come on camera. Come on,
I gotta run to
could
the
be
bathroom. I'll be right back.
That could be it. He says.
oh, yeah, but
Western Mike, come
he's
on.
got the lights dimmed. I can't see his eyes.
Yeah, nobody cares, Mike.
I
Nobody
can't
cares.
see Western Mike's eyeballs because the light is dim.
No, he's acting silly. He's acting silly.
Da, 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 da,
Yes,
da,
I am.
da, Western Mike.
Yes.
Western Mike. You ever see that old March of the Wooden Soldiers?
Is that a Christmas thing?
Thanksgiving. It's Laurel and Hardy.
1900s.
Yeah, nobody knows what you're doing, James.
Nobody fucking knows about about this movie.
You don't have anybody your age on here right now.
Well, that's right. Maybe, yeah, that's true. But did you ever see the movie when you were like a kid?
I thought it was like a Christmas thing.
Kind of. They usually play it. No, actually, they play it around Thanksgiving. And then Christmas.
Well, you know, these days they don't care about Thanksgiving, so they mix Thanksgiving with Christmas.
They don't care about it. I got news for you. I like turkey, and I care about it.
I care about it, but the media doesn't.
Believe me.
I'm in it for the food. I don't care about the. I don't care about.
And obviously for the music. You know,
I don't care about John Smith. I don't care about
the instruments.
Pilgrims,
You like
Plymouth
the
Rock.
instruments.
Listen, I know they fucked the Indians over, the Native Americans. I don't care about the Puritans. They were a bunch. They were a religious cult anyway.
And you like the March of the Wooden Soldiers.
They had the buckle. The only thing I liked was the hat with the buckle in the front, like the leprechauns. You know, the leprechauns had the.
Yeah, you're right. The buckle. Well, the buckle and the hat was a pilgrim thing, right?
Yeah.
How long did they keep that up? You know, going forward in an American.
The buckle didn't do anything. What did it do?
What was? Yeah, you're
tighten their head.
Good point. It was buckling their hat. What was the buckle for? What was it for?
I don't know.
By the time you got to the American Revolution, there was no more buckle in the hat, right? So that was gone by then.
Yeah, the Mayflower. Was there a lot of incest going on the Mayflower?
No.
Probably.
No.
No, Damien says there was.
Damien says there was.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It honestly would
not. Okay, now he says it was.
Jerry.
And then he says it wouldn't surprise him.
That was an English man of war. Those ships were not.
Now, you know, Damien, that's not a good legal way to express yourself.
No, he's clairvoyant. He knows.
He says it wouldn't surprise him.
He gets visions of the incest taking place on the Mayflower.
It's not a vision. It's probably it's looking in the back. You know, Are you clairvoyant, Damien? Are you look into the future and all that stuff?
They did practice such things back then. You know, they also.
I'm sure they did. Yeah. I mean,
British,
Damien says you wouldn't be sorry. I say I'm sure.
The English had cabin boys on the boat. I don't know why they had cabin boys, but I guess
that's sick.
Yeah, I know that is sick.
Yeah,
fuck is that?
Even though I was going to school to be a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, and anything I just told you all is not legal advice.
Not legal advice. We get it, Damien. You don't have to put a disclaimer like you're sending an email or something.
I'm just saying that just use your own discernment, use your own research, and
it's like they say when anybody talks about
not
like
a lawyer
financial
either.
shit, they say to consult your tax advisor. All right, yeah, whatever. Like we get it.
Oh, that's a whole entire another subject in and of itself with taxes.
It's kind of similar. It's similar though. It's
damn
similar.
fun.
It's all just legalese crap.
But no, when it comes to clairvoyancy, anybody can be clairvoyant.
Anybody can be clairvoyant.
It's just a matter of knowing what you are and your potential, and that's all you need.
Okay.
Damien reads tarot cards, and
Wait, don't you do that too, James?
Yeah. He has a very nice pendulum, and he has long copper divining rods.
Yeah.
And you do that as well.
Yeah, no, my copper divining rods were fake. I threw them away because the gold, the color was coming off, and there were like there was steel underneath. It was fake copper. I got pissed.
Oh no!
I bent them and I threw them out. Bastards.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they weren't real copper, but his are good.
So they have to be copper to be authentic.
Yeah, at least
you can use copper or silver.
Why? Why those metals?
Okay, so copper is a really good conductor of energies, same as silver.
Okay.
They're both superconductors.
Okay.
That's why silver is considered a precious metal, because not only is it a very valuable metal for currency, it's also a great conductor.
But they don't use
electricity.
it for currency anymore.
At least not yet. They will be here in the future.
Well, they used to. They used to use.
We will be going back to gold and silver.
Right, yeah. In the old days, they used it.
But we are going to be going back
anymore.
to it. There's going to be a new United States note coming out here.
Yeah.
Probably sometime this year.
You know,
that would be nice. I think going back to precious metals would be.
I would use Fort Knox as a decoy. I would not keep all the gold bars and gold bullion.
Well, they're not there.
I would keep it somewhere else.
There's been some reports, at least maybe Damien knows about this, that Fort Knox is actually depleted.
Yeah.
Really?
All of Fort Knox's gold was I put the emphasis on the word was. All of the United States gold
France
and silver
was asking for it all in the 60s, right?
They tried, but
and then
we had nothing to give.
Nixon cut off the gold standard and was like, "No, I'm not going to give it to you."
There were 650 big plane loads of gold that came back from the Vatican. That was our gold that was taken from us.
Jeez.
To who, though?
So, in 1933, when you had the Gold Confiscation
so it was
Act,
made. Gold was made illegal, so they took a lot of rich people's citizens' gold and put it in the government's coffers.
And then it got sold to the Vatican.
Got sold to the Vatican. Is that a conspiracy theory?
No, actually, if you go and do your research, you'll find that the Vatican, along with DC and the city center of London, was basically the three, I guess you would call the three heads of everything.
Was that under
The
Roosevelt?
Greek financial system.
Roosevelt
was 1933, so that would be correct, but all the gold went to the
It was
Vatican.
sold in 1933 to the Vatican?
Yeah, basically.
So yeah, it was
and all
it was
that
under
gold was taken back from the Vatican in...
Taken back. Okay, so wait, hold on. You got to explain that. Like, how is it taken back? What does that mean?
So, this is what most people don't understand is the government... How did the Vatican get it?
No, he just said Roosevelt basically gave it to the Vatican, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what year was it taken back? What first?
2017 or 2018, somewhere on that time
under
frame.
under Obama.
No, actually
or
under
maybe,
Trump.
Or maybe Trump. Yeah, maybe Trump.
And this is what is going to be coming out here in the not so distant future is when he had his world tour back in 2017 when he was going around the world to different places.
Roosevelt basically gifted gold to the Vatican, is what you're saying.
How did he do that?
And then Donald Trump, when he was president, took it back from the Vatican.
Exactly.
That's a very interesting story.
Because the U.S. corporation technically became bankrupt in 2018.
Well, it should have been way before that, right?
Should have been, but it was perpetuated. But in 2018, it was formally declared bankrupt and defunct.
I would have thought it honestly
bankrupt, defunct, and insolvent.
That. But okay.
So they tried to reinstitute a second corporation via the 2020 election, but it completely failed.
Okay. And who was behind doing that?
So DC is what the corporation was stationed out of. Well, since it was bankrupted in DC, to set up a second corporation or a second corporate government would have had to have been in DC, and they would have established it, of course, via legislation, but it never happened.
Well, they're not going to do it via legislation because that would be public, and then people would, get an idea of what's happening.
Well, that was the same thing with the Organic Act of 1871. That was public. You can go look it up right now.
Sure, but I mean, we got the news and everything. I mean, people are really stupid. I know.
Now, there's a bank?
We're still going to know there's something going on, right?
There's a bank in Manhattan holding Germany and possibly other European countries' gold.
Wait, hold on, James. That's a little different. That's a different subject. So let's stick on one thing at a time, right, Damien?
Yeah, Roosevelt was a jackass for gifting the United States
gifting gold to the Vatican is what you're saying happened.
I wouldn't give the rich Vatican one.
Right, honestly, why? All right, Roosevelt was not a Catholic. I know that. So
what value does gold get?
Why was he doing? Why was he gifting the Vatican?
So
all kinds of gold bars.
So 20 years prior, in 1913, we had the establishment of the Federal Reserve.
Right, and the income tax.
So the Federal Reserve was ultimately the bank of which the corporation was supposed to operate under.
Gold standard.
Mm-hmm.
That was the corporation's trust fund.
Mm-hmm.
So the goal was, whenever in 1933 the First Republic became insolvent and defunct, that's how they were able to take everything over via economic warfare. So when he confiscated all the gold, the purpose was to devalue the United States currency and get it on the quasi silver standard and the quasi fiat.
Why would you lower the standard?
Only to make more money and get the economy moving.
It made more money for the
stock
JP
market
Morgans
crash.
and the the Rockefellers, basically.
Exactly.
What, like buyback?
Not necessarily a buyback.
Yeah,
It's
not
just to create more money. It's to create more money.
Right.
Kind of, sort of, but from 1933 until 1971, we were
Gold
on a
was
quasi-standard.
illegal to be owned by a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, that's why we didn't have a gold standard. We would have a silver standard. That's why silver was used as kind of sort of a hedge against hyperinflation from the 30s to the early 70s. That's why it still retained some of its value, because silver, in a lot of ways, is actually more valuable than gold in a lot of different ways, but silver was really the only other alternative. That's why if you can get different coins from those eras, particularly with quarters, they're very valuable because they have a lot of silver in them. They're 90% silver.
And then that changed in the 80s. I think the Reagan
the
administration was a lot. They took like all the copper out of the pennies, and then the Reagan administration was the last one to like finally take any fine precious metals out of all the coins. Whatever was left in there, they said that nothing. And the inflation just ran rampant, obviously, with other causes as well. But coins used to have some type of precious metal to them, and that, obviously when you have a quarter, when you have a United States quarter these days, it represents no type of precious metal. But it used to. In the old days, it used to have, what was it, silver?
Yeah, so the quarters were 90% silver.
90%. I mean, that's a lot.
But
now it's just completely fiat. So fiat means it's like the government's. I think it's a legal term that means government dictator, or like it is what it is. But in monetary terms, fiat means it's not backed by anything.
Exactly.
It's just backed by government decree. So it has no like real intrinsic value.
Exactly. It only has value because they say it does, but
because they're in charge, so they can say what they want.
But the Federal Reserve note at this point, and the Federal Reserve banking system has run its course because it's been printed into oblivion. And right now,
I mean, thanks to COVID, thanks a lot. It was way before that it was going downhill, but COVID basically just put a stamp on it.
Exactly.
Garbage.
That's why we experienced that period of hyperinflation. It did level out for a little bit.
We're still experiencing. I mean, like people don't forget.
It spiked, and then it leveled for a little bit. Then it spiked again.
And now we're just accepting. Well, now we're accepting. Okay, everything's more expensive than it was before. That's life, and nobody can do anything about it, right? Because it peaked in like 2022 or whatever it was. But I mean, okay, let's go back 5 years ago. This wasn't the thing, and now it is. It's just normal now.
Mm-hmm. But what most people don't realize, the coming economic collapse, and yes, that's right, I said coming economic collapse. The system was always meant to crash and burn.
It has to collapse. It has to.
Well, it was always designed to be crashed and burned, but where the rise of the BRICS nations, the BRICS nations,
Brazil, Russia, India, China,
and South Africa. So other countries have joined BRICS, and they are going back.
Iran joined, I think, right?
Yes.
Or they're working closely together.
No, Iran has joined and is a part of BRICS.
Okay.
So all these BRICS nations that have held the United States dollar as a reserve currency,
They don't want it anymore.
They don't want it anymore, and
No,
they
they don't.
also don't want any of
And they
the
realize that
bonds.
it's not valuable anymore. It's not.
True.
It's not what it used to be.
They don't want the bonds. They don't want any
No.
sureties
Why would you want a
either.
United States bond? Why would you want a bond of a country that's $30 trillion in debt? You want a bond from them? Do you know what a bond is? A lot of people don't even know what a bond is. I bet Michael doesn't even know what a bond is.
Basically,
if I wouldn't know what it is?
Oh, it's a loan. It's a loan to the country with promise of interest. It's an interest-bearing security.
James knows because he's from the generation of people who learned about stuff like that.
But as a result of all of these reserve currency dollars coming back onto the market, along with all of these bonds and sureties coming back onto the market, hyperinflation is about to take off big time.
It's sad, but I agree with you.
So
it's not going to
we're
happen
already
like this
seeing it.
year. It's not going to happen this year, but like, man, we're in big trouble. We're in huge trouble.
Well, it is going to happen this year. We're already starting to see it because of how much has been flooded back onto the market. It's basically like when Germany had to repay all the repatriations via the Treaty of Versailles, and the German mark was printed to oblivion.
You could have said this a year ago, and it was postponed. And there's a chance that it can keep being postponed because they, what the government does, and what the Federal Reserve does is they finagle shit around as much as they can. I know they're running out of leeway now because everything's getting so bad, but they continue to, fuck around with the interest rate, and everything should be coming to an end. Everything should be getting completely fucked up. I agree with you with that, but this is long coming. This should have happened 2 years ago, 1 year ago, and it hasn't happened because they keep finagling shit around. They keep doing the quantitative easing, which is crazy. It's crazy, but they keep doing it. And they're gonna keep doing it until they can get the last juice out of it.
But you see, they can try all of that. It's not going to work because it's already
Not in the long
beyond
run.
repair.
Not in the long run, but
Even short term is not going
they're
to work.
prolonging it though.
Even short term, it will not work because so even if they were to try to raise rates to get the inflation under control, then if you want to do that, you're going to have to decrease the money supply. Well, where is the decrease in the money supply? All we're seeing is just more and more and more and more and more of it. So an interest rate is not going to do anything. Quantitative easing, not going to do anything. Finagling with this or with that, not going to do anything. So the system has hit the end of the road.
But it's doing things in the short run. That's all they care about.
I wouldn't be surprised if the system has already crashed in the background and we're just not being made public to it. I mean, we're already seeing it.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
Because we're already seeing the stock market crashing and gold and silver is going up. So
But
that's
also,
the
if you invested in most mutual funds,
what's that, Mike?
A year to a year and a half ago,
James, the S&P is down below 5,000.
You realize a gain. Okay, you realize a gain within a year. So, even though you're saying like the stock market should be crashing, it's not.
The S&P crashed. It's below 5,000.
Yeah, it crashed over a day. We're talking about like a little bit more long term than a day.
But also look at how many banks have collapsed and become insolvent.
How many? Not even really that many.
Quite a few. Credit Suisse in Europe, the biggest bank in Europe, crashed.
Yeah, that's one. And then there was two big ones in the U.S. I mean,
but Credit Suisse was tied to a lot of banks.
This whole thing was supposed to come falling down a year ago, and it didn't. And that's why I'm saying it's because they're finagling shit around. And they can keep doing that.
You're watching the collapse because if they were to just come out and say the system crashed and burned 2-3 years ago, people would riot and revolt because they would be perpetuating the lie.
I mean, that's obviously not going to be thrown out there on the nightly news, because Yeah, because of obvious reasons. So people are still watching the Yankees. People are distracted by whatever it is, some fucking like stupid like crap. I don't even know. Like cultural, they say the cultural war is like crap and like the distraction. I kind of don't even really agree with that. Like I think that's pretty important stuff as well as financial stuff. But people are distracted by a lot of things, and they don't even pay attention to most of the crap that we're talking about for the past 5 minutes. And that's the facts. That's true.
But some other banks that crashed, Silicon Valley Bank. Look how many banks were tied to
Silicon
Silicon
Valley,
Valley.
yep, that was last year. I know. I watched all that shit going
So
on.
Silicon Valley gone, Credit Suisse gone, and then the big real estate firm in China, Evergrande.
I know.
A lot was tied
Silicon
to
Valley
Evergrande.
Bank is gone.
Yeah, that
Michael
last
jumps in
year.
because he lives in Silicon Valley.
Yeah, that crashed
I didn't even
last
know.
year.
Yeah, it was a year ago. But
I
it's
didn't
not
even
a
know.
regular bank. It was all investors. It was an investor bank. I
But
mean,
you think the FDIC gave them any of their assets back?
just like I just said, like this shit should have came down a year ago, and it
Well,
didn't.
it has. At least not publicly. It's not been
Not
made aware.
publicly and not completely. I mean, people are not completely killed. There's not massive job layoffs right now. We know this is going to happen. We know this is going to happen. It has to happen. This whole system is fucked and has been fucked for a long time, and it's been being papered over. And when it finally gets completely like liquidated, we're all gonna like lose our shit unless we're super rich. And nobody here is super rich, right?
Well, there really
here
is
are
no
not.
liquidity. What is there to make liquid? There is nothing.
Right. I mean, if you're super rich, you have gold. Gold is a real thing.
That's all.
Gold is a real thing, and that's why central banks are buying gold. They've been buying gold for years now. They just don't say they are, or they don't really like, talk about it. But that's the only thing that's illiquid.
And the Federal Reserve, I think it was either Q3 or Q4 last year, or Q1 or Q2 this year.
They bought massive amounts of gold.
They bought massive amounts of gold, but they had trillions of dollars in unrealized losses. Trillions.
Why is the Federal Reserve buying massive amounts of gold when the United States is not on a gold standard? It's not on a gold standard, so you got the Federal Reserve buying fucking gold. Does that make sense to the citizens? No,
Well, the reason why they're buying
nobody asks
gold.
this question. Giant James, you ever ask this question? Does it make any sense to you?
What's that?
Okay, so the United States is not on a gold standard. So your U.S. dollar is not backed by gold, but yet you have your central bank, the Federal Reserve, going out around the world buying gold to fill up its coffers. But the dollar is not backed by gold. So what are they doing with that gold? Why do they have it?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a great question.
So
where's the gold going?
They're planning for the future.
So
and it doesn't involve you, like Carlin always said. It doesn't involve you.
Well, the reason why they bought all this gold and silver is to make it to where it's harder for the average citizen to purchase gold and silver. Like, I think it was actually here recently that Bank of America tried to do a bunch of short sales and short hedging on silver, but the whole thing completely backfired. And every single time gold and silver rises, banks lose money. For every dollar silver rises, and it's risen quite a few here recently, that equates to about $800 million in losses for these banks.
Yeah, I know precious metals, the price of precious metals rise and fall with the stability of the world. Or if the world is in chaos, the price skyrockets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every time something bad happens, up goes the price of gold and silver. And then when everything's hunky-dory, peachy keen, it comes way down. And you buy more troy ounces, whatever. Yeah, so they're like Carlin says, you know, it's an
It's a
exclusive
big
private club, and we're
big
not
club,
invited.
and yeah, you're not invited, and he was 100% right.
The elitists are doing things behind our back, and
It's not even behind our backs anymore. It's right in front of us, but nobody can even like turn it
but it's funny
around and see it
the
because
tax
they're so stupid.
the tax
And
dollars.
and they have their faces in their phones, and they have their earplugs on.
Right.
You know that's right, James.
Yeah, and the tax dollars from the middle class are paying the salaries of the people that are fucking us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's funny how that works too.
So should I go into some information about continuity of government and devolution, or should that be for something else?
No, save that for another show.
Yeah, we can do that next time.
Yeah, when you get your webcam all polished and clean like this.
Yeah, so Damien, we have some interesting, subjects, but let's not get too nerdy, especially if you can't even show your camera. But it's good stuff, man. It's
Yeah, I
good.
don't mind. I don't mind an avatar. It's just that I have a thing about the gray dot.
Yeah. It's like
just,
a circle.
No, it's not. It's so drab and plain, like, and it's gray, and you got.
You know what though, James?
I like to see colors.
I don't just want to see an avatar either. I want to see a face. I want to see a face.
Sometimes, I mean, like, I'll give you an example. If Paul was here and if there was somebody else with the video on, then I can do this and I can go fucking lie down and relax and take
Yeah, but I can't be up here by myself.
No, I understand that, but that's why I'm sitting.
And if Paul was here, he would just be going off on his own anyway.
Gonna get another wheat beer. NA wheat beer.
He's gonna get an NA wheat beer. What is he? He's too high to get on the camera.
Oh, by the way,
so what's the point of drinking NA beers?
By the way, Damien reviews beers also.
Well, okay, so let's talk about Western Mike's camera anxiety here.
Camera anxiety, yeah.
He's high.
Yeah,
so he's drinking non-alcoholic beer.
He reviews hot sauce and salsa and beers and malt liquors.
Oh, Damien?
Yeah, Damien's quite good at it.
Well, what about Western Mike?
He can. He's living a life of sobriety.
Sobriety? No, that's not true.
I know.
Mike drinks. I don't know why he's drinking non-alcoholic beers on a Saturday night.
He doesn't drink like he used to.
He doesn't drink like no. But I know he's gone back to having a few.
No, we had that discussion. I says, Mike, you could still do reviews. One beer.
Yes, one beer per.
Mike used to have a whole 12-pack and review every beer.
Nobody lets me finish anymore. One beer, one review. That's it.
One beer per review.
In other words, one beer, one review, one topic without any booze. So you could discuss something after the beer, talk about something, and that's it. Kaput.
I'll do one beer per review, and then in the middle of that review, I'll start another beer, and then after that, I'll have a whole variety pack all in one video.
No,
I'll do it all in 10 minutes.
no. Then
I'll do it all in 10 minutes.
Well, that's what he used to do. He used to do that, Western Mike. And
then you're gonna be drunk, and your hair's gonna stick up in the air, and you're gonna fall asleep.
You did a good job.
Yes.
But you just got a little sloppy towards the end. That was all.
I felt bad for him because he laid down. He laid down on the terrace.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after 12 beers, a whole 12-pack. I mean, that's a lot, man.
He lied on the stove. He fell asleep during his live stream. He fell asleep. So I go, excuse me, Michael, wake up. Are you okay? Michael, wake up. And he was asleep. So I left him there on the live stream.
Why do you think I'm using the avatar now? So I'm trying not to get in trouble. I'm trying to make sure you don't catch me in the act.
Did you have an edible or are you drinking?
I just did edibles, but the edibles are cool.
edibles are really cool. You can pop one. It might be all red and shit, and it might also be just very, very appetizing.
So, what edible did
Edibles
you
are-
take?
I took a it's called Gold Mine Gummies, Mastermind, Watermelon, and Jalapeno Gummies.
And nobody knows what that means. So like every little edible thing, every strand of weed has some kind of stupid name that like people say, and then they say it, and it's like, I'm supposed to know what that means.
No, it should have the percentage of the THC.
Yeah,
in
well,
it.
that would be good. Like, let's just say what the fuck it is.
Well, it's watermelon, jalapeno.
No, that's like the dumb little like flavor
Gold
thing.
mine,
It's
gold
like,
member.
That's a
it's like
smart flavor thing.
Gold.
It's like the booze hounds with their little descriptors. The booze hounds that they're
Ronnie,
like,
you'd like it.
it's a watermelon beer, or it has all these hops, or like, yeah, it's just,
I could be your Faja.
About
it doesn't make any sense.
Michael Faja. I can be Davian's Faja. I can be, what the fuck is your name again? Oh, Ronnie's Faja.
So, what's the THC percentage? Is it sativa or
There you
indica
go.
or hybrid?
What's the? Well, they don't really
Sativa.
give you the THC percentage, right?
Oh no,
sativa.
indica one. The other one, indica.
So indica is supposed to be the one that makes you fall asleep. And
what's the percentage?
Oh yeah.
And then what's the other one, Damien? But
they're all the
So
same.
you have
James.
sativa, indica, or
sativa
hybrid.
is the one that you should.
Hey Damien,
smoke
what do you
during
have?
the day? It doesn't put you to sleep.
Yeah. Hey Damien, what do you got? What have you got?
Tonight I'm just drinking Gatorade.
So you can Gatorade.
What?
Yeah.
Is it Gatorade Zero?
No, just regular fruit punch Gatorade.
So that one has the sugar in it.
Well, the reason why I drink Gatorade is it doesn't have high fructose corn syrup. It actually has real sugar in it.
Real sugar.
Yes. That's true.
Powerade has high fructose corn syrup in it.
What about Gatorade Zero? It has no sugar.
Powerade.
I think it has aspartame.
You don't like aspartame?
Aspartame in it.
I was gonna. It's good for you.
Yeah.
No,
Powerade's
aspartame
gross.
is not good for you. It's toxic.
Powerade's gross. Even some just energy drinks in general are gross.
Yeah, if one time I accidentally drank something that had aspartame and some artificial sweetener.
You
in it.
accidentally drank it?
You didn't
Well, I didn't
accidentally
realize
drink
it
it. It
was
was
in
designed
it.
that way.
I didn't realize it was in it. I didn't
James.
read the ingredients. So
That was on purpose, Damien.
James. Do you like how their circles like light up when they talk?
Mine doesn't light up. It's just the ocean.
Because the decibels, the audio
two ships.
decibels make it pulsate. Look. Mine's
No, it's just two ships.
Hello, dear. Hello, Ronnie.
So
Hello,
Damien,
Ronnie.
we have Damien Demento.
Mine does it.
He's got his circle, and then what does Mike say? It doesn't have
No, his
a letter in it. What does it say inside the Mike's circle?
No,
It's just two boats.
He's got the Pacific Ocean.
The ocean? Oh, okay.
So
Look around it, though.
So if it's indica, how many milligrams per edible?
Yeah, it's taken forever to get this information. How many milligrams of indica per edible?
Oh, at least 5, 10.
He doesn't know. He has no idea.
How many did you take?
He doesn't know.
I took 4.
Whoa.
You see what he does? He's addicted. He's got an addictive personality. Oh.
So wait, you're telling me that you've had anywhere from 20 to 40 milligrams of indica? But wait,
that's why he's not on camera. That's why he's not.
But
on
wait,
camera.
is it Delta 8, Delta 9, or Delta 10? Which
Delta
kind?
20.
I'm pretty sure it's all of those things.
It's Delta 25.
Oh,
Pretty sure it's all those things at once, and then some.
It doesn't
double
matter,
time.
Damien.
Believe
It's,
me.
it's just some strong weed.
It's just it matters. I don't want people coming on going,
No, actually,
Oh,
it
that's where
does
you're gonna
matter
get it.
because
That's where you're gonna
Delta
get it.
8, Delta
You're
9,
safe for
Delta
now.
10 actually are different types
Yeah,
of
but
THC.
it is what it is, Damien. Like the damage is done. I mean,
And
Delta 8, Delta 9, and come on, or is it enough?
And
is
also, if it's hemp derived or not, each one actually gives you different intoxicating effects.
Okay. All right.
I think
There's nothing we can do about this.
I think what Mike does, he gets himself ready in that deep mental state for the planetarium. When he turns the planetarium on, that he really, when he gazes up, then he really could soak in those.
Have you put
cosmic
Pink Floyd on when you look at that, Mike?
Oh yeah, a lot.
He does. Yeah.
What is his tolerance, by the way?
Well, it's probably pretty high. He lives in San Francisco. Oh, I'm serious.
Well, he says he has a lot of gays keep on hitting on him over there.
He hangs out with the gays, you know.
No, you don't hang with them. They try to hang with him.
You'll be pleased to know that my tolerance is exceptional. It's,
Okay. So how long will this last? Just out of sheer curiosity.
It's so exceptional that he can't even show his face.
After I go back to the office on Monday, unfortunately.
The office. You have an office?
So wait, you anticipate on being high for days? Oh
yeah,
no.
yeah, that's a great tolerance. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Unfortunately, I will be high from Friday until I go back to the office on Monday.
Why, Mike? Why is that? Are you hiding something? Or are you running from something?
Just kidding. I will get high and then I'll stay high until tomorrow, and then I'll stop.
You should hook up with some chickie poo at Trader Joe's or something,
Yeah.
My head at this age.
Get high on banging somebody.
You're just screwing
Slide
yourself
into
up,
my
Mike.
DMs when.
Mike, you don't have. Why do you need DMs? You know, what is that for?
Not you, but maybe
Mike,
I'm the
Mike.
You got Netflix? Watch a good movie.
No, don't do that. Get out there.
Maybe I'm the escape guy.
Get out there and get into the real world, Mike. Get the fuck out of your apartment.
The real world.
Oh no.
Yeah, the real world.
How about when everybody just shows up?
Meet a real woman. Or are you just gonna do all this online shit?
Well, when they figure out their stuff, they can get back to me, and we'll do something.
They're not gonna get back to you. And then what? You're gonna be 37?
73.
Yeah,
73.
It's not that easy,
No, it's not easy, but you got to put the effort in. I mean, what the
go out and say, well, you can't. A watch pot doesn't boil. You can't go out with any intention. You just got to go out for the sake of getting some nice fresh air.
Of course.
I disqualify myself.
He disqualifies himself. Why is he saying that?
Because I don't like to make assumptions.
Well, yeah, just if you're gonna go out,
hold on.
Just go out.
Wait. What the fuck does that even mean? You don't want to make an assumption about what?
Well, I don't go out to try to. I go out for friendship.
You go out for friendship. Do you
Well,
really?
No, he don't go out to hook up. Is what he's trying.
No, I don't. No,
Okay,
I don't go out to
that's not what my point was. I'm not saying to go out to hook up.
You just say go. Just get out and
Get
mingle.
the fuck out and yeah, exactly.
Sometimes.
Don't be in your apartment on your computer or or worse on your phone. Fucking everybody's glued to their phone, man. And
but
Ronnie,
it's addicting.
Don't approach anybody because they're all bitches. Don't.
No, they're not though. A lot of them are, but they're not all. I mean, that's where he lives, so that's what he has to deal with. And you got to go out and deal with it.
There are a lot of toxic personalities out there.
There are, of course, there are. There's a lot of toxic personalities around here, but it's not going to get me down.
But
Really?
that's good. They'll give you signals. You'll get signals from the right women.
You will.
They'll be eyeballing you. Maybe they'll smile at you.
Don't give up on like human interaction, Mike. Don't give up on that. That's what humans need.
Sometimes you don't know what to say though to people you don't know. What?
Yeah,
James.
Ronnie.
James,
the phone.
You're a child of the 70s in New York City.
Ronnie,
why
the
are you
phone is
saying
just to do something cool. But otherwise, I don't really even be on my phone.
No, don't worry about the phone. Oh, okay. So you're saying so you're not glued to your phone?
No,
That's
only if
good.
I'm doing something important.
Good for you, man. Good for you.
You gotta start out with small talk. You have no
It
choice.
takes, you know, these days it takes an intelligent mind to take their face out of the phone. It takes first of all an intelligent person to do that, because if you're just a stupid sheep, you're stuck in the phone world, which you know.
Yeah, but people
Sadly,
feel
there's so many people that are like that.
people feel safe.
They feel safe.
Being online
Yeah,
all the time.
you're right. You know what it is. Whenever there's an awkward silence, they grab their phone right away because they don't know what to do. That's a sign of weakness.
No,
Whether
they
it's
don't know.
whether it's a male or a female,
They don't know how to communicate with a
they don't know how to communicate. They don't.
a real live fellow human being. They don't.
No, and it's pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic.
You ever just sit with someone and you don't just get. It's not that you want to necessarily have conversation, but you just want to sit there, and just sit there with that person.
Not talk at all.
Well, sometimes it's just not constantly have conversation. Sometimes let conversation subside and let there be a moment. Sometimes it's nice to be around people.
Yeah.
You know what happens?
But not need anything.
You know what happens?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
You know what happens with every doctor's appointment I have, and I go in the waiting room.
I've tried this before too.
And I sit down in the waiting room.
Yeah. Everybody's glued to their phone.
It doesn't have to. No. What I'm saying is, it doesn't have to be a younger generation.
DGF.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be.
It can even be somebody in their 30s or 40s.
No, there's a lot of old people that are addicted to their phones.
Ooh, that's not good.
Well, what's the women? The women.
Phones for them.
It's not always the women. As soon as they walk into the doctor's office and their ass hits the chair, right away the phone comes out and you see their thumbs going beep 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 beep.
It's not just the younger generation at all. That's not even true.
They got the earbuds. Like, in other words, I don't want to talk to anybody in the waiting room. I don't want to converse with anybody. Right away.
Tough. So you guys say about talking, but it's kind of tough to talk to people when times are tough, and also even when it comes to
Mike,
just
we're
people
living in
general.
tough times, but if you're a tough guy, you can deal with it, man. I mean, come on, it's not that tough.
Yeah.
It's not that.
I can kind of understand your hesitancy because, I mean, where you live, do they even know what a woman is? Just out of sheer curiosity, do they?
I'll get back to you
It
later.
doesn't matter if they know what it is. No, okay, it's not even funny because you're right. And just because whatever culture is around him doesn't know what a woman is, that doesn't mean that Mike doesn't know what a woman is.
They got AI.
Mike knows, right?
Woman, Wikipedia.
No, for fuck's sake.
No, Mike. No. Mike knows. He's just kidding around. I hope.
I'm being neurotic.
But hey, you live in a bad area, man.
Well,
it is not a good area. It's good for friends, but it's kind of terrible for everything else.
You know, they used to say, "Oh, join a gymnasium, join a health club,
go to the gym."
Tons of people. You know what they do when they work out? They got the earbuds in.
No pain, no gain, bro.
No, that's bullshit. No, that's not even true. Don't just think you're gonna find like men at the gym.
Can I work in, dude?
You know where you can go find like something. Maybe go to church. That might help.
Church. You know, you ever meet church people before?
Church people can be cool to a fault.
They look down their noses at others. They think they have a bat phone of God.
And they're a little too touchy too.
Too touchy. Okay, so what would you say you'd do then? We're gonna rule out the gym. We're gonna rule out going to church.
I never see you here on a Sunday.
Oh no.
No, we don't rule it out.
Bad area. Don't really want to do anything.
Bad area. So he's just gonna stay in his apartment.
Well, I mean, especially in a bad area, you let others come to you. You don't You probably shouldn't go seeking,
you can meet,
especially bad area.
you can meet people.
What do you do, James? You go to your Catholic church that's right next to you, right next door. James lives next door to a Catholic church.
It's true.
So you go there once a month or something?
Nah, I can go there like once every 2 weeks on Saturday.
That's nice. So James goes
5:30,
basically half the year.
5:30 p.m. And the people there, the only time they talk is when everybody says "Peace be with you." They turn around and go, some of them just
now okay. No, or let me ask you a question, James. Now when
peace be with
they do this, wait, hold on. When they do this, peace be with you. Everybody used to shake hands, right?
Not anymore.
Now they do this because they don't want to get COVID.
Peace be with you.
Still,
you know what I hate is that
like
they
littering
do
mass.
this. James, do they do this? Right, they put a piece.
No, they don't do that.
I don't like that.
You know what I would do? I would go like this, like Mo Howard.
But you know what I do, James? You know what I do? Every single person around me, I offer them my hand. And some of them take it. A lot of times they're caught off guard, but they shake my hand, and it's because I'm going back to 2019.
You shake your hand. No, you do the Ric Flair.
Yeah.
You put your hand down, then you go woo. You pull your hand back.
No. Okay, no. That's not the point. It's a sign of peace. So I'm supposed to be showing them some peace. Yep. I do not do the wave. The wave is crap, and what happens is people try to like give the hand out, and then they get the wave, and they give up, and everybody starts just doing the wave, like it's 2020 all over again.
They think they're going to get
we are allowed to shake hands. We can shake hands, guys.
Yeah, I know. They're probably thinking of all the.
Oh, they don't want to get the COVID, James. You can't get the COVID.
They don't want to get the COVID. They don't want to get Ebola. They don't want to get the.
Well, you know Omicron. What? We should have been wearing masks a long time ago.
Omicron.
Ebola. Sorry.
What's the?
Yeah, well, that's what I say about that.
Oh yeah, Ebola.
That's what I say about that.
Ebola. Oh, that's tequila.
Tequila.
Tequila. Ebola.
Or every single time he says tequila, just to make it even funnier, I say vodka.
Ebola.
Yeah, Ebola is nasty. It liquefies. It's like when a spider injects venom prey. It liquefies the innards, and then they
when
drink
a spider
it.
Kicks a snake's ass in front of you.
They drink it like a milkshake. Now, some spiders you don't want to mess with, like the wandering spider of Brazil. That bite.
Oh no, we chill. It's cool.
You have a very short amount of time to get to the ER.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, some spiders you don't want to mess with. You ever
That's
seen an orb?
Even if you make it to the hospital.
If you make it to the hospital. Yeah, it's and then there's a six-eyed sand spider in the deserts of Chile, northern Chile, or southern Peru. Yeah, it buries itself in the sand. Very highly toxic venom. But they're not tarantulas. Tarantulas are actually not bad. The venom is not dangerous.
Yeah.
For a tarantula, because they don't need it. They overpower their prey and they chew it. They grind it up. And these chelicera, whatever they call it, those mandible, the jaws that they have behind the fangs. They grind.
Right. Spiders are interesting creatures. I just would not own one.
Well, you might have.
Yeah.
I know Oklahoma has a lot of them, but you have brown recluses, right?
Oh yeah, we do.
Man.
See, it's a flesh. They have a flesh.
Recluses are terrifying.
Yeah, they have a toxin that degrades the tissue.
Skin necrosis.
Skin necrosis. There you go.
Yeah, we have brown recluses, and I'm not sure when these started popping up, but we even have a black recluse.
Man.
Yeah, there's different recluse. Yeah, and there's also a couple of different Black Widows.
Haven't seen a Black Widow, not yet.
There's Black Widow and
good.
I think there's a Red Widow.
Got to keep it that way.
Well, the Black Widow has like a yellow hourglass kind of.
It's red. It's a red hourglass.
It's reddish, yeah. Oh, okay.
No, like it's about as red as your background.
So it's a real pretty spider, but it's easy to. Usually, those bright, vividly colored creatures are a signal to leave them alone. Like the dart frogs in South America, they're beautiful frogs, but they're. I think they said that they accumulate their deadly poison in the skin by the fact that they eat the ants, like the ants in South America. They get their toxin, their venom from the ants that they ingest, and then the Amazonian Indians, put it on their blowgun darts. They put the poison. The poison on the darts.
Yep.
They showed them blow darting monkeys out of the tree or whatever.
Yeah, it was just my phone going off.
I like watching the monkey. The eagle in the Philippines is a huge eagle in the Philippines that hunts monkey, and the harpy eagle does it too. They're smart. They circle. They're above the canopy of the rainforest, and they don't swoop in head on. They come from behind. They swoop from behind and grab the monkey by surprise, and because of their super powerful talons, they crush.
Where'd everybody go?
They have talons larger than a grizzly bear's claw. Oh yeah, look at this. Everybody, that means it's time to say goodnight and close up the general store.
Yeah, because holy shit, 4 hours?
You mean we've been doing this for 4 hours?
That's what it says up here. I know I've not been on the full 4 hours, but
I blame Paul.
Yeah.
Paul showed me the photos of his. He definitely has some big juicy lawsuits. But his radio show is he's on. Oh, it's called OBC Radio, and it's a station. He doesn't run it. He has a time slot, and they do have a lot of people listening. So it might be worth.
Where's it out of?
I think Florida.
But where does he live, though?
Oh no, he lives in Brighton Beach, Brooklyn, where all the Ruskies are. The guy who runs OBC is a Dr. Jermaine something or other. I don't know, but he has a Facebook page, and there's a lot of other people that have their own time slots, and if you want a squillion people listening to you, that's the place to be.
I mean, I don't care if lots of people listen. I just would be like, Well, are you sure you're ready for the information of which I will be presenting?
It's surprising. They need to be shocked. And, and someday, you should run as an independent in Tennessee.
Honestly, that does not sound like a bad idea, to be quite honest. I have no problem taking oaths to protect and defend both constitutions because they're both good constitutions, and my constitution class I'm taking is just about over, and I'll actually have a certified certificate showing that, hey, I've been through a 40-hour course from an attorney who knows the Constitution very well and has been doing these courses for quite a few years.
I'm glad you mentioned it because didn't Barack Obama teach constitutional law in a university?
I think he did.
It's actually a good credentials to start an honest political career.
Well, the problem is whenever they actually go to law school, they may do excellent in terms of criminal law, civil law, and case law, and they might do some pretty good aspects with debate, logic, articulation, apologetics, things like that. But in law school, they are not taught the Constitution. Not even in the least bit. And if they do, they might briefly touch over it a little bit here and there, but that's it.
And you would think that would be like the most important thing to learn if you're going to be a politician.
Exactly. Well, it doesn't matter whether you're a politician or whether you are any part of the legislative, the executive, or the judicial, because you take an oath. And the oath is basically a contract saying that I know what it is I am being placed under authority of and know what my authority is and what it isn't, and that if I go beyond these bounds, then there's a way to rectify the breach. But if the breach is not rectified, then there are means to ultimately remove that person from office.
That might make a really interesting avatar or profile image for you, is to take a diploma when you graduate, when you get it.
Yeah, I most definitely will. But yeah, in law school, they are not taught any of it. And anybody who takes the oath, I guarantee you, they have not read the thing that they have sworn an oath to. Because when you take that oath, you're not given authority, you are placed under authority, and that's where your authority stops and that's where it starts and that's where it ends. Nothing more, nothing less. So if it's there, you have the power and authority. If it's not there, you don't have the authority.
I don't even think any members of the so-called squad know the Constitution well. They never mention it. They
Now we
rant
know why.
about stuff. Yeah, they rant about different topics, but they don't mention anything about the Constitution.
And ultimately, on a future idea, I can read the Constitution. It's really not that difficult of a document to read and understand. It's really not. I mean, it has 7 articles and 27 amendments. That's it.
It's probably like as easy as reading the FDR Second Bill of Rights, which never became a reality. That's pretty simple. But that's good. That's good. I'm glad you're. When do you anticipate finishing this whole?
Okay, so we have 2 more lectures to go over, and that's it.
Oh, wow.
I've already taken all of the tests. I got bored one evening on one of my days off, and I took all 12 tests. each test was 20 questions apiece. And I was like, you know what? Might as well. And so far, I've made hundreds and 95s on all of my tests. So,
you should make the dean's honors list.
well, it's not through any college. This attorney is teaching it himself.
Right, but
outside of the college.
He's issuing a diploma to the graduates, right?
Yep. Since you took his course, he's giving you a certificate.
Good. It's good news.
And I can tell you who he is. So he's an attorney out of Greenville, Tennessee, which Greenville is about it's about a 30-minute drive south from here. And Greenville's not a bad little city. It's really not. So his name is Jeffrey A. Cobble. He is an attorney, and he's a very well-known attorney down there in Greene County. And I don't think he'd want to come on the show because he's a very, how should I put it? A very far right-wing extremist and religious zealot.
Oh, God. But he has great constitutional knowledge.
Mm-hmm. I can tell that if you two got in a room together, you two would fight.
So he believes in capitalism and he believes that religion should interfere with law.
Yeah.
Or is he a separation of church and state person?
No. He is far from that. Far from it.
Yeah, but he teaches the Constitution. So isn't that like, isn't that conflicting?
Oh, trust me. He and I have had some hours-long debates about stuff. About some of the stuff he teaches.
Well, I would say only one thing that should ever affect laws. No one has been able to prove that their God exists. You know, I mean,
right.
Who's that
and
guy?
This is one of the arguments he and I have had over it is.
Yeah.
You mean Mitt Romney? Is that who you're talking about?
The beginning of the Mormons. What was that guy?
Oh, Joseph Smith.
John Smith. That claimed
Joseph
the
Smith.
angel. Joseph Smith, the angel. Yeah, in New York State, the angel Moroni appeared to him. I mean, I could say Boney Moroni appeared to me too, and told me this, that, and the other thing. I mean, okay. How do I know how he appeared? So like, well, why should I? It's like,
right.
I'm just saying
to
this
give credit where credit is due.
As part of it.
Right. Well, just to give credit where credit is due, although the founding of our country and ultimately our Declaration of Independence, the Articles of Confederation, and the Constitution, granted, although they do have Judeo-Christian principles, morals, ethics, and background, but here's the problem you run into when you try to say that there is no separation of church and state. Well, there is, because although it's not specifically stated in the Constitution or even in any state constitution, last time I checked, we are not a Judeo-Christian theocracy.
Yeah, that's true.
So where do you find Judeo-Christian theocracy in the federal constitution or even in any of the 50 state constitutions? Well, I've already done the research. Spoiler alert, it's not there.
Yeah. So when idiots like Marjorie Taylor Greene start saying, "Well, we're a Christian nation," no, we're not a Christian nation. I got news for her.
Well, we have the background, but we're not a theocracy.
No, it's not a theocracy. No.
Yeah, the background in terms of the principles, the morals, and the ethics may be there, but we're not a theocracy. If you want a theocracy, go to Iran. They're a Islamic theocracy.
And thank God we're not a theocracy. Can you imagine?
Yeah, because even Christians, they can't even agree as to what the Bible is even supposed to mean or not supposed to mean. They can't even agree about anything of it.
No, a lot of them just cherry pick from the Old Testament.
Well, they cherry pick from the Old Testament, but even if just trying to figure out what each particular book and what the different chapters and verses are even supposed to mean, it seems like it's all up to interpretation. No one agrees about anything about what any of it means. So how can you even have a theocracy in America when Christians can't even agree about anything?
No. And some Christians only focus on the New Testament and not the Old, and others focus on the Old and not the New. And then some just pay attention to certain sections, like fire and brimstone, the book of Revelation, the end times, the lake of fire. And then they love the part about stoning, like people to death, like in the Old Testament, people that they don't like. So there was a great reason why they kept it separated.
Yeah, and even amongst the founding fathers themselves, even they were an extreme mix of Christianity. Some were very orthodox, some were very unorthodox. Like, so George Washington would probably be more of the more orthodox ones, and Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin and even John Adams would be your least orthodox, because John Adams was, at the time, that was before the merging of the Universalists and the Unitarians. He was a Unitarian.
So they're orthodox, but they kept slaves.
Well, a mix of orthodox and unorthodox. So Thomas Jefferson would probably be considered one of the least religious and the most unorthodox out of all the Christians, same as Ben Franklin, because Thomas Jefferson rejected the Holy Trinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, he rejected the Holy Trinity. In fact, he even wrote his own version of the Bible, which removed Jesus and his miracles and removed any mention of the Holy Trinity.
Interesting.
And yeah, they were all the founding fathers were Christian to some degree or another, but as far as I know, none of them were atheists. Some of them had deist leanings, but they were not full-blown deists.
Yeah, I mean, even Martin Luther believed in a Holy Trinity, and he bucked heads with the Catholic Church.
And then, of course, with the Unitarians, I know Unitarianism back in that day as compared to what Unitarianism is now, where it's Universalist Unitarianism. That was long back in his day. That was when there was the Universalists and there were the Unitarians. There was that merge. I think it was sometime in the 50s or the 60s when it became Unitarian Universalism. But most of them were Episcopalian, believe it or not.
Yeah, Episcopalian came out of the Anglican Church, right?
Yep.
Anglican was King Henry VIII, Church of England, Anglican. He couldn't get a divorce granted by the Pope, so he formed that. And then from there, there's the Episcopalian, and then Luther was German, right? The Lutheran Protestants, Lutherans, and when did the Baptists first begin? Was that like during the colonies?
I think. I don't really know a whole lot about denominational history because all of my family is Pentecostal. At least on my mom's side, all of them were Pentecostal.
Pentecostal. You know who else is Pentecostal? people in Puerto Rico, and maybe even the Dominican Republic. They're the Caribbean. There's a lot of Pentecostals down there.
But around here, you see different Baptists, you see different Methodists, and you might see a apostolic here and there.
They do the water baptism, Pentecostals?
Yeah, they do, and they speak in tongues.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's why every time I go to the church, I get freaked out.
Yeah, the tongue, when the tongue's really supposed to be the Tower of Babel. And they, but it wasn't like gibberish. It was there were actually languages. But these people that start going, that freaks me out. I can't. It's too much like watching Linda Blair's, spinning your head. It's too weird for me.
Exactly. And then one last point on that is there is another indirect reference about separation of church and state in the federal Constitution. It's Article 6, Section, I think it's Section 3 or Section 4. It's in the very last part of Article 6 of the federal Constitution, where it says no religious test shall be given for a federal oath of office. But if you look at all 50 state constitutions, either say no religious test or no religious or political test shall be given for oath of office, that the only thing you are to be given is just an oath of office for both, nothing more, nothing less. So separation of church and state is there. If you wanted no separation of church and state, then why would you specifically bar religious tests? Now, 42 states technically don't have any disqualifications. 8 states tried to have disqualifications that, like, if you didn't believe in God or if you didn't believe in future states of rewards and punishments, well, if they wanted to keep all of that in, then they should have never adopted the federal Constitution, because not only is it subject to Article 6, Section 3 or Section 4, Article 6, Section 2, the Supremacy Clause, that anything in the federal Constitution is the supreme law of the land. No state can deviate from it. So if you want to try to put some sort of disqualification on a state level, there's no way for that to be enforced. And I think the Supreme Court overturned that in like the 1950s or the 1960s. And then there was a state Supreme Court case. I think it was Silverman versus South Carolina. It was a case in the 90s about the So Help Me God on the oaths of office. And the South Carolina Supreme Court struck that down. And now basically the oaths of office don't even say So Help Me God. And there's no disqualification religiously or politically for any oath of office. But back before the Constitution was ratified, back when we were still independent and separate states, and we were loosely tied either by our pre-1791 or pre-1787 constitutions, there were oaths of office that had religious and political requirements. But again, with the Articles of Confederation, where it was a confederacy style setup, there was stronger state power as compared to a federal, which is shared state and federal powers. And there was nothing in the Articles of Confederation prohibiting any of that from taking place. But when it became ratified, then all of the states ultimately agreed to it. And then to further show that that was the intent all along, any new state that was admitted after 1791 took on no religious or political tests for oaths of office. It's even here in our Tennessee state constitution that we have no religious or political tests, that all you're given is just an oath of office, and that's it.
Okay. Yeah, so these people, these zealots are just injecting their own personal opinions that don't really hold any water. Anyway, all right, let me lock up. I have to go to the kitchen and do what I enjoy best.
Yeah, eat some food. And then I think on the next one, I can go over more about the Constitution, even go more about how there is a secret aspect of the Constitution that not a lot of people know about, but it is ultimately the highest check on all government authority that people overlook, but it ultimately gives us, the people, the ultimate power and authority, not just explicitly saying it, but contracts, that there is nothing that would allow the abrogation or the infringement to say that government cannot interfere with contracts. And by virtue of that, it basically takes government power and authority away from so many different things that you can contract for, like for abortion, marriage, gun laws, drug laws, along those lines. Just to give you a little overview as to where that leads. And that's ultimately where we're going to be going in the future.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. All right,
Alrighty.
Chief.
Well, I'll hop off here. I'll hop